Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to go to some breaking news right now. Memphis police still on the scene of a shooting. This is on Barron Avenue and Briarwood Drive. In fact, officers said they responded to this shooting about 4:30 this morning. We have our Sydney Hawkins there live to bring us details there on the scene. Sydney, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. We have been here since about 6:30 and the scene just continues to grow. I'm going to step out of the way and show you. Again, Memphis police did confirm that a shooting took place here around 4:30, but it's unclear what happened, what led up to that shooting, if anyone is injured or if anyone lost their life in that shooting. What I haven't seen is any coroner vehicles here since I've been here since 6:30. We do see a lot of investigators, a lot of Memphis police presence. Memphis police have about 4 homes. I can't get a specific number, but it looks to be about 4 homes blocked off with crime tape, not allowing anyone inside that area. So it's unclear where the shooting took place, but Memphis police have confirmed that there was a shooting over in this area, again in East Memphis.
Have you been able to, Sydney, maybe talk to any neighbors? Have they come out? Have they, a lot of times in those things, they'll ask, the reporter on the scene what's up or what they heard, or perhaps offer some information.
Yeah, a lot of people. We're not seeing anyone as of this morning, but when we first got here around 6:30, that's typically the time that people are headed to work. A lot of people are coming outside, driving by, slowing down, looking at the scene. Again, unclear what took place in their neighborhood. Again, this is, again, an intersection, Barron Avenue and Briarwood Drive. So people are coming all throughout this neighborhood, including a school bus driving past this scene. Again, that just continues to grow.
Okay, what about the officers on the scene? Have they come out to you? Have they said, hey, we're waiting for a lieutenant to speak to you, give you more details? Have they said anything?
Not as of this morning. Again, just the scene continues to grow, and it looks to be that a lot of investigators trying to collect as much information, as well as the people that live in that home coming out and talking to officers. It's a pretty active scene. Again, someone just pulled up. You can see another Memphis Animal Services here, so we know that when that vehicle arrives, there is an animal on scene. We've been at scenes where that animal may be a dog or a chicken. Not sure what animal is here at this home, but again, just more cars coming up as we continue to stay here and work to learn more information.
Have you seen, Sydney, perhaps any delays or evacuations? I know that you mentioned a school bus there passing through. Has there been any evacuations or anything in that area where the crime scene tape is?
Yeah, not as of this morning. Again, we got here around 6:30. It's now growing on 8 o'clock. We're way past 8 o'clock this morning. So no delays. That school bus was able to get out of this neighborhood. Other people slowing down. When they drive past the scene, they're actually being asked by officers to keep it moving and to not hold up any traffic. So no delays. Things are moving pretty smoothly here. It's just those 3 to 4 homes in that area that are blocked off. But if people, I think I saw someone leaving that area, and the officer was just able to hold up that crime tape and allowed that person to leave.
Okay, Sydney Hawkins on the scene for us there, Barron Avenue near the Sherwood Forest area. We appreciate the info, Sydney. Thanks very much. All right, now let's take a look at our High-Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. Look at the cloud cover. Yeah, it's cloudy today. There's expected to be more chances for rain. We heard and we experienced yesterday just beautiful sunshine, cool, crisp conditions, especially in the morning. Today it's 51, as you can see in Midtown, but much more cloud cover, and the increase of rain certainly is prevalent. Meteorologist Spencer Denton has an update on your 7-day forecast.
A lot of cloud cover out there this morning. As we go through the afternoon, we'll see some sunshine peeking through. Slight chance of a shower, although most areas stay on the dry side. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s as we go through the afternoon. Let's talk about what's happening as we look this morning. You can see some showers over parts of Arkansas, but a lot of this is hitting drier air at the surface. So that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, maybe a few sprinkles possible as we go through the day into the afternoon hours. But otherwise, our off and on rain chance will start to become more on as we go into Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially from the west. This area of low pressure is going to enhance some of that rain as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Then that system is going to push on to the east. We should be mainly dry for Friday, but then another front could bring us a couple of showers by the weekend. Let's talk timing in Futurecast. This is a closer look at the timing as we go through your Tuesday. Again, there could be a stray shower out there. We're not going to rule it out, but temperatures hit the mid 60s to near 70. In fact, there could even be a little bit of sunshine out there in spots as we go through the afternoon hours. Then tonight, the clouds really thicken up, and here comes some off and on rain chances. I think, again, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night is going to be our main window for rain. We're talking 1 to 2 inches of rain through the end of the week, so definitely going to get a good dose here and there. It's not going to be heavy. It's going to be coming in spurts as we go through much of the week. This weekend, about a 40% chance of showers with temperatures in the 60s. And again, the timing for all this still a little questionable just because there's no main front except for Thursday when that main system comes through. So keep in mind that the timing may vary a bit heading through tomorrow and into Thursday, and then again this weekend. Again, the timing varying a bit with that front coming on through, but temperatures remain below average the next several days in the mid 60s to around 70.
Okay, so the big talker this morning was the Grizzlies. They had the win in their grips, and LeBron James and the Lakers just tore it away. Grizzlies were leading much of regulation with less than a second left. LeBron James hit a layup. It goes into overtime, and then in overtime, the Lakers win 117-111. They are victorious. They take a 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 series. Tough to see, but certainly it is a challenge. It is an uphill climb, and the Grizzlies are not out just yet. In fact, they got a Game 5 tomorrow night at FedEx Forum, and they feel very confident about it. Action News 5 sports director Doc Holliday is traveling with the team. He filed this report from Los Angeles.
Even though the Memphis Grizzlies came into Game 4 down 2-1 to the LA Lakers, they really didn't feel like they were in an emergency situation in this first round Western Conference playoff series, because the Grizzlies figured if they could win Game 4, this series would be tied at 2 games apiece going back to Big Memphis. But the Grizzlies losing Game 4, 117-111 in overtime. Now they find themselves down 3-1 as the series shifts back to Memphis. And it's safe to say 9-1-1 has to be on speed dial.
Yeah, we're just going to keep fighting. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, you don't want to be down 3-1. Series isn't over. Our whole focus is getting home tomorrow and then just focus on just winning one game. That's all you can control right now. So going out there and just playing our best basketball, it's time. You know, we got to play our best game yet to date, and it's got to be in Game 5.
Now you just got to win 3 straight. Go back to the crib, regroup. Played a lot better than we did in game, whatever the other game was, 3. And we just got to hone in on a lot of the stuff late game. I mean, they made a bunch of shots late game that were tough. Definitely should have cleaned up in regulation rather than going to overtime. Yeah, going back to the crib.
And I'm feeling good. You know, I mean, we get a chance to go back home. We had the best record at home, you know, this season. So, you know, go protect home floor. We got 2 opportunities there. And, you know, in order to win a series, you're going to have to win 1 game on the road. So, you know, when we come back here for Game 6, you know, we'll come with the right edge and right mentality and steal one on the road and then, you know, see what happens in a Game 7.
Now the series does indeed shift to Memphis with the Grizzlies down 3-1, trying their best to stay alive and make it back here to Crypto.com Arena for Game 6. At Crypto.com Arena in LA with Darren Baldwin, Doc Holliday, Action News 5 Sports.
All right, woman's in the hospital this morning after a shooting at Overton Crossing near Whitney Avenue. Take a look at this map here. They found the woman around 8:40 last night, taken to Regional 1 and critical. Investigators say no suspect information was given. If you have any information, please contact Crime Stoppers. Call or text 901-528-CASH. After 3 crashes, a bullet, and a chase from Memphis to Mississippi, a man first accused of aggravated assaults finally in custody. Investigators say DeMarcus Chambers' run from the law ended at I-55 and Orasco Road. They say someone flagged down an officer, accused Chambers of aggravated assault. Investigators also say Chambers sped away, and a black Ford Expedition proceeded to crash with a vehicle at Perkins and Winchester, then hit another at Shelby Drive in Chulahoma. After Chambers wrecked his Ford a 3rd time at Shelby Drive and Airways, investigators say he opened fire with at an MPD officer and then was hit after shots were returned. Police say Chambers then carjacked a red GMC, headed for DeSoto County, where he was eventually arrested. An ambulance carried Chambers to Regional 1, where police say he's in stable condition. The officer involved was not hurt. Memphis Police Department says a child responsible for starting a fire in Oak Haven, leaving more than a dozen residents out of their home. Firefighters say the blaze was accidentally set by a child admitted to playing with a lighter around 5 o'clock yesterday morning. No one was hurt, but as you can see here, the damage was extensive.
Everything we own, our whole lives was in there. Everything. It's nothing that we don't have anything. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we'll get it all back in due time.
Firefighters say 4 units are ruined, more than $250,000 in property damage, including the loss of everyone's belongings. Let's talk about the search for our new superintendent for Memphis Shelby County Schools. It enters the next chapter. The process for choosing who will head up the district is on pause. Board members voted last night to seek more clarity on the rules and policies in place. Action News 5's Bria Bolden brings us up to date.
What does reset mean? We come back and have some board governances. So we are admitting we're going to continue the process, but we're going to pause to reset.
One thing is clear. All board members are now on the same page. They need to agree on policies and how they're enforced in order to move forward with the search for the next leader of Memphis Shelby County Schools.
It is adjourned. Thank you.
A confusing and at times chaotic special meeting left board members punting what's next in the search for at least another 2 weeks after parents and community advocates like Memphis Lift claim a lack of transparency with how finalists were selected.
I think it's good. I mean, they didn't stop the process. That's all I'm worried about, them stopping the process. We need a superintendent when school starts. Our kids deserve it, our community deserves it.
3 finalists for the position remain, 2 of them current MSCS employees. Monday's meeting causing more board members to doubt the process after the search firm confirmed they did not enforce at least one of the board's policies, 10 years of teaching or administration experience.
If you feel confused or you felt confused over the last few months, I felt that too, and as board members we felt confused because we should have had this conversation a long time ago.
After debating whether or not the board should move forward with the finalists to allow applicants to reapply or some other remedy, the board will instead meet on how to continue with the search according to their current policy.
Okay, that was Bria Bolden reporting there. This is not suspending the process. The board will come up with a date for a meeting to discuss policies when it comes to the search within 2 weeks. Of course, we'll keep you posted on what they decide. All right, let's talk about Arkansas and the Arkansas Learns Act. Some teachers are concerned that it may do more harm than good. The measure includes salary increases for teachers and staff, but some feel like their needs are not being addressed. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders addressed concerns about the new law. Teachers had 2 areas of concern: adding teachers and school growth.
Given more allocation for facilities funding and done that for the next couple of years so that there is potentially more money available because of that issue that so many schools are running into.
Governor Sanders also said the state would help pay those teachers longer than a year. Okay, the American Cancer Society says more than 43,000 women in the U.S. will die this year from breast cancer, and African American women have the highest death rate from the disease. In this morning's Health Minute, Mandy Gaither has more on a study and why it's prompting calls for this group to get potentially life-saving screening at a younger age.
It's one of the most common cancers in U.S. women, and detecting breast cancer early is critical.
The mammograms have been shown to reduce death from breast cancer.
A study published in the medical journal JAMA Network Open finds that clinical trials may be needed to investigate whether Black women should start getting mammograms at younger ages. While this group is less likely to be diagnosed with breast cancer when compared to white women, Black women have a 40% higher breast cancer death rate.
Younger women, Black women, are being diagnosed with breast cancer and dying from breast cancer.
The exact reason why is unclear, and breast cancer screening guidance can be confusing. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, medical experts whose recommendations help guide doctors' decisions, recommend screening every 2 years, starting at age 50. They say the decision to screen at an earlier age should be based on the individual. However, many medical groups, including the American Cancer Society and Mayo Clinic, already emphasize women have the option to start getting mammograms every year, starting at age 40. Dr. Sandia Pruthi with Mayo Clinic says when to get a mammogram should be determined by assessing risk factors, and everyone should be aware.
Know your breast, know when to start screening, understand your risk factors, and then use that information when they're with their providers, because when you do make that effort, I think the uptake of mammograms is higher. Women are more likely to get one if they understand why they're getting it.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
Let's talk about Memphis in May. It's right around the corner. Starting this week, crews will begin setting up for the month-long celebration along Mississippi River, Tom Lee Park. First event, of course, is Beale Street Music Festival. That takes place not this weekend, but next weekend, May 5th through May 7th. All right, check this out. The Memphis Botanic Gardens Board of Directors approved plans for a new youth education tropical plants greenhouse construction on the more than 3,000 square foot building set to begin this month. The greenhouse, glass house, will also include an outdoor classroom and an event patio. Organizers say the goal of the project is to expand the garden's youth education efforts while also providing a new home for its tropical plants collection. The glass house set to open in spring of next year.
Go Ape first came to Shelby Farms back in 2015, bringing outdoor fun for everyone, like this treetop journey, which is supposed to be a beginner's rope course. Okay. It's a lot tougher than I thought. Ready? I don't know if I am. Here it goes.
Good job, Kim Clark at the Go Ape Adventure Park there. 6 zip lines over water. I have to say, I was really looking forward to seeing how Kim is going to put that piece together. That piece airs later, I believe, later this week. You can see it actually tonight on Action News 5, the Go Ape. So there's 6 zip lines and a ropes course. My family and I have done it several times. I've actually gone with some friends and family in the past. So much fun for the whole family, all different ages, but it is a workout. It is very much a workout. Again, you can watch Kim's story later tonight on Action News 5.
Hey, it's Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and I want to tell you about this nonprofit that is dedicated to helping foster children that's making its way to the Memphis area, and I think it's going to do some incredible work. I'm so excited to talk to you about this more. We have Virginia Roberts that's joining us now with Isaiah 117 House. Good morning, Virginia. How you doing?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
I'm glad to be talking with you. I think this is a great topic, and I think that the work that this nonprofit is going to bring to Memphis is going to be incredible. I've done several stories in the past with children that have been in the foster care system and aged out, and they always talked about the foster care system being broken in so many ways. I think that what this nonprofit is going to do here in the Memphis area is going to be great. So let's talk a little bit more about Isaiah 117 House and what it's all about.
Great. So the Isaiah 117 House actually began in the heart of Rhonda Paulson back in 2014. She and her husband in Elizabethton, Tennessee, started their foster care classes to become a foster parent. And one of those classes involves going to a DCS office and kind of seeing what the process looks like. And at that time, they found out that children, often when they're removed from their home, go to wait a placement in the DCS office, which feels a lot like the DMV. It was never intended for children. And post-COVID, things take a lot longer for the placements. There's fewer foster families and such. And so at that time, she just said, what if there was a home where the children could come rather than going to a DCS office to sit and wait, that they could go to a house where there would be volunteers there who is their job to lavishly love on these children. They'd be offered a bubble bath or a hot shower, home cooked meals. They could play outside with volunteers, all while the caseworker gets to have a private office where they can make those phone calls for the placements and just find the right placement. The volunteer gets to help take care of the child, lighten the load of the caseworker. And then when they do find a placement, we help ease that transition for the foster child and the family by helping provide them with whatever they need, car seats, formula, clothes. And so it just really changes the way that foster care begins.
And I think that's so important because, like you said, the DHS, it was not set up for a kid to be sitting in there, and just the emotional and the trauma that those children are already experiencing. So having something like this is great. And I love that this started in Elizabethton, Tennessee. My dad actually grew up in Elizabethton, Tennessee, small world. But you know, I know that this is something that you're passionate about. Can you share a little bit about your story?
Sure, I would love to. So our family began our foster care journey about 7 years ago, and we sat in the same classes to become a foster family. And I can remember thinking about what removal day might look like for a child. And at that time, I was imagining a child being rescued from a bad situation, immediately taken to a loving foster home where they would just automatically feel safe and all would be well. But after 7 years, I've tragically realized that is not removal day. Removal day is a child's worst day. It's a day where they have a stranger that comes into their home, says, you need to come with me. Here's a bag to pack some of your things. There's a lot of maybe chaos in the house. They're being taken away from everything they've ever known, their mom, their pets, maybe their favorite blanket that they forgot, and all of the shuffle. And then they're taken to a place that was never intended for children to wait. So after we finished our foster care classes, we've had many placements and people through our house or children through our house. And in November of 2020, we actually adopted our youngest son, Josiah, through foster care. And so at that time, we had 5 kids, 9 and under. And I can remember our caseworker, she started to write the paperwork to close our home. And we said, no, just wait, we know the numbers, we know the need. At this time, there's over 1,200 children in foster care just in Shelby County. That's more than double the next county in Tennessee. And so we said, no, we've got more room in our heart, more room in our home, even though our septic system would probably tell you differently. And so we said, we can take a teen girl because there's a huge need for foster families to take teenagers. So it wasn't long before we got a phone call, not for one girl, but for 2 teen girls. And when they call you for a placement, they only tell you what you need to know. So we didn't know that Mia and Trinity had spent 7 long days bouncing between a DCS office and emergency respite placement so that they would have a place to rest their head that night. We didn't know that they had spent 7 days hearing rejection call after rejection call, just feeling unloved and unwanted. And so we also didn't know that we were the very last call that they were making before they split the sisters up and started back at the top of the list. So thankfully we said yes. That day they came into our home, and a short 6 months later, they became a part of our forever family. We adopted them as well. So now we have 7 children, 3 that have gone through the foster care system that we've adopted. So it's very close to our heart. It's would have changed their story a lot if there would have been a home that they could have gone to.
Yeah, and I love that you brought in both of the sisters where they didn't have to get split up. I had a meteorologist that worked with me when I was in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and he went through the adoption process, and he was initially going to adopt 1 child, but then it was going to be separating 2 sisters, so he took in both. And so you find that happens a lot. You know, I told you I was doing stories about, you know, working with children that had aged out and they were separated from their siblings and then trying to find their siblings again. So, you know, it was great that you were able to do that. And did you always feel like that adoption and fostering was something that you were interested in doing?
When my husband and I were actually dating forever ago, it was always kind of a conversation that we felt like adoption was going to be a part of our family. And then when we started to want to have a family, we were looking at private domestic adoption. We did some things through Life Choices. But then as we were having children, we kind of transitioned away from that because private adoption can be very expensive. And so that's when we kind of looked into foster care, and we were an open home with Tennessee Baptist Children's Home. And we, at that point, after we'd taken the classes, and like I said, we knew the numbers and the need, our hearts were just broken. And we said, whether this ends in adoption or not, this is what we're called to do.
And I know you at one point we talked about just trying to find those foster homes. Is there a lack of people that are being a part of that foster care system? I know you were mentioning 1,200 kids right here in Shelby County. I mean, that's just devastating to think about in itself. What message would you send to those who maybe have thought about being a foster parent and just how great this need is?
Yeah, there's a huge need. They're always having the classes. It's an 8-week class called Tennessee Key. The first one is completely informational that you can just go to. There's no commitment. You can hear about what the needs are in our county and kind of what it might look like. And so I would encourage anyone, Tennessee Baptist Children's Homes are always having them. And then Department of Children's Services has them, I think, every month. So if you could go on the website and check it out and just find out more, even if you're interested. And there's other ways to get involved. Not everyone's called to be a foster parent, but that is a huge need right now for sure.
And I think it's great that Isaiah 117 House is coming here in Memphis. I know they have locations in other parts of the state. This is the first here in West Tennessee, and they're also based in other states as well. And like you said, the need with so many kids in that foster care system, this is going to be a great bridge for them to be able to have that smoother transition, even though they're dealing with that traumatic experience in itself. I know that there's going to be a kickoff event that's going to be coming up towards the end of the month. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yes, we would love for anyone who's interested in being a part of the Isaiah 117 House. There's so many opportunities to get involved at every level, to come to the kickoff event that we're having this coming Sunday, April 30th. It's at 3:00 at Harding Academy. And Rhonda Paulson, the founder and director, is going to be there to be speaking and just sharing the mission and the vision and finding out how to get involved.
And let's talk about where this location is, where y'all are going to be located.
Currently, we don't have a house yet. So after we kick off, once the community kind of once we launch our awareness campaign and a lot of people know that there's a need, then we're looking for land, we're looking for donated houses that we can a lot of the houses have been remodeled, some of them are new builds on land. And so just asking for people to help connect us. We're actually going to have 2 houses in Shelby County starting out, which is exciting. We definitely want to stay closer to the downtown, midtown area because that's where the DCS office is in 40 South Main. So we'd like to have a closer access to that. So yeah, we'd love any leads that anyone has on that.
Yeah, is there a website that's been set up yet, or where an email address where people can, if they're watching right now, we have thousands of people that watch us on our stream. Is there a way that they can connect with you guys if they say, hey, I want to get involved with this and the work y'all are doing?
Absolutely. We have a Facebook and Instagram account. If you put in Isaiah 117 House, Shelby County, Tennessee, you can find us there, or you can email at shelbytn@isaiah117house.com.
Virginia, this has been a great conversation, and I'm so excited about this. Is there anything else you feel like we missed that you want to make sure we hit on before we let you go?
After we kick off on Sunday, we're going to be having monthly expansion meetings where anyone from the community can come and join our team and help just get this off the ground. We would love help spreading the awareness of our event and just opportunities to help.
Well, Virginia, I really appreciate you joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and good luck with the kickoff event and just all the excitement headed your way over the next couple months with this new venture.
Thank you.
A lot of cloud cover out there this morning. As we go through the afternoon, we'll see some sunshine peeking through. Slight chance of a shower, although most areas stay on the dry side. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s as we go through the afternoon. Let's talk about what's happening as we look this morning. You can see some showers over parts of Arkansas, but a lot of this is hitting drier air at the surface. So that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of rain. Maybe a few sprinkles possible as we go through the day into the afternoon hours. But otherwise, our off and on rain chance will start to become more on as we go into Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially from the west. This area of low pressure is going to enhance some of that rain as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Then that system is going to push on to the east. We should be mainly dry for Friday, but then another front could bring us a couple of showers by the weekend. Let's talk timing in Futurecast. This is a closer look at the timing as we go through your Tuesday. Again, there could be a stray shower out there. We're not going to rule it out, but temperatures hit the mid 60s to near 70. In fact, there could even be a little bit of sunshine out there in spots as we go through the afternoon hours. Then tonight, the clouds really thicken up, and here comes some off and on rain chances. I think, again, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night is going to be our main window for rain. We're talking 1 to 2 inches of rain through the end of the week, so definitely going to get a good dose here and there. It's not going to be heavy. It's going to be coming in spurts as we go through much of the week. This weekend, about a 40% chance of showers with temperatures in the 60s. And again, the timing for all this still a little questionable just because there's no main front except for Thursday when that main system comes through. So keep in mind that the timing may vary a bit heading through tomorrow and into Thursday. And then again this weekend, again, the timing varying a bit with that front coming on through. But temperatures remain below average the next several days in the mid 60s to around 70.
Well, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and with 80% of Americans in debt amid inflation and rising interest rates, one of the biggest factors impacting our mental health is financial debt. So joining us to discuss more about that is licensed clinical psychologist and National Debt Relief Financial Wellness Board member, Dr. Razin Moradian. Good morning. Thank you for taking some time to share some information with us. How are you doing?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You know, so often you hear about the financial damage that is causing debt, but no one really talks and touches on your mental health and how it's impacting that and the implications of what debt can cause. So can you talk a little bit more about the emotional toll that debt can have on people and how damaging it can be?
So, just in general, being in debt is very overwhelming, and people feel as if they have lost control of their lives. And in fact, a survey by National Debt Relief found that about 69% of respondents said being in debt has made them withdraw from the things that they love. And about 70% feel like a black cloud hanging over them when they're in debt. So certainly this loss of control really triggers fear of the unknown and embarrassment. And this heavy burden of debt can also make a person feel very trapped and isolated from others.
What actions can people take to be able to support their mental health while struggling with debt? Because right now it just seems like people are more burdened with debt than ever with everything we're experiencing in the world right now. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yes, absolutely. So, one of the first things you want to do is to establish a plan, and that's really vital in gaining control back over your life. And that's where resources like National Debt Relief can really help. They are the leading debt relief organization that has helped over 450,000 people settle their debt, while really empowering them to lead a healthier financial lifestyle. So what happens is their team will work with people to guide them on the path to becoming debt-free and support in developing a plan to financial independence. Now, once that plan is established, their team will then negotiate with creditors to lower the total amount of debt owed. And this type of support and feeling really gives a person control back into their life. They can breathe again, and they feel finally some financial and mental health freedom, which empowers them to feel free and live again.
Absolutely. So why is self-care so important during challenging times? And what are some ways that people can really practice that self-care to make sure that they are staying healthy while still trying to manage a budget and deal with the debt that maybe they're experiencing right now?
Yes, so practicing self-care, no matter what type of challenge you're facing, is really key to maintaining good mental health. And a few self-care tips can be practicing one activity that you like to do daily, and that could be anything from exercising to reading to talking to a friend that you trust. Also practicing shifting your mindset from a negative thought into a positive one. So when we talk about finances and debt, you could say to yourself, well, if you're saying I'm in debt, shifting it to a positive and saying I have a plan to get out of debt. And also one of my favorites, creating a self-care emergency kit, which you can have on handy when you need it, which can include a notepad with pen, a list of movies that you like, a stress ball, whatever you like that makes you feel good.
I really like that idea. So what are some ways people can feel supported by others while they're experiencing this debt?
So I always encourage open communication to avoid feelings of isolation. So whether it's with your partner, your spouse, your family, or friends, because when we tend to stay silent with a lot of these issues, they tend to build up internally, and that can cause further stressors when it comes to either relationships or your social life. Secondly, when debt feels insurmountable and you don't really know where to start, turn to professionals. And I think of National Debt Relief as an encouraging coach, because they really empower people to take control of their finances and help them establish sustainable habits that help them stay out of debt.
Well, a lot of good information. Where can people go if they want to get more resources like this or find out more? Can you share where they can go?
Yes, they can go to nationaldebtrelief.com, or they can call 1-800-927-6955 for a free consultation.
Well, Doctor, I appreciate you taking some time to join us this morning. Any last remarks you want to make before we let you go about the importance of this month and making sure you're not just taking care of your physical health, but your mental health as well?
Yeah, so really important. I really want to emphasize just the self-care, maybe saying one grateful thing, and doing one thing that you love for yourself every day and taking it one day at a time.
Well, Doctor, I appreciate your time. You have a great rest of your morning, all right?
All right. Thank you. You too. Thank you for having me.
All right, I want to tell you about this. Crestview Middle Elementary Schools, they're planning a pep rally for tonight. Students at Frazier Park in Covington, you can stop by between 6 and 6:45. Parents are somewhat disappointed, they say, with the mandatory testing, but they're still trying to hype up and celebrate their students with this pep rally. Again, a TCAP rally tonight, 6 to 6:45, Frazier Park in Covington. Okay, and I want to tell you about the TVA. They are donating $50,000 to the Covington schools and were destroyed by tornadoes that swept through the area a few weeks ago. TVA working with Ford Motor Company, providing the temporary buildings for students. TVA funds will help access furniture and supplies for those buildings. An organization in Wynne, Arkansas is getting a boost. Boys to Men, Girls to Women is in the 4th Ward of Wynne, Arkansas, one of the hardest hit areas of the tornado. The organization lost its building, but a donation was made by William Rockefeller, who has ties to the organization.
Feller here means is just astronomical, because he has taken his legacy that his father left and he's passed it on to help us.
Rockefeller's donating $5,000 to the organization in Wynne, Arkansas. The Multiple Agency Resource Center is also in Wynne this week to provide resources for victims. Resources were available at the Union Valley Baptist Church all yesterday afternoon. The center will be at the First Assembly of God today from 11 until 7. And to give you a friendly reminder here, there is still relief that you can go to right now on the Gray TV. All you have to do is text the word storm to 51555, or you can visit gray.tv/relief to donate. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee is calling for a special session to tackle public safety. The governor wants lawmakers to debate his order protection bill. The proposal would allow courts to take guns from mentally unstable people who threaten violence towards others or themselves. Some Republican leaders say they're ready to work with public safety, with the governor on public safety, but they say the governor's pitch is a so-called red flag law that they say is a non-starter.
I think we're at a point in time that we just can't keep doing what we're doing. I'll put it that way.
Action has to take place, and that's where the majority of the country is.
Governor Lee's plan will also allow law enforcement to petition the court for a temporary mental health order of protection for anyone who poses a substantial threat to others by having access to guns. Tennessee 3 paid a visit to the White House and met with President Biden. The special session over public safety there. Many are looking at order of protection laws, which is on the books in 19 states, and certainly it may be on the books here as well.
We polled in my district in Red Knox County, and overwhelmingly the majority of Republicans in my district support red flag laws.
And we have folks who are Republicans holding signs saying, I'm a Republican, I want to see common sense gun control legislation.
Mississippi River spilling over its banks in the areas of North Memphis, creating big messes along Iowa and Illinois. The mighty Mississippi's reached 22 feet in some areas surrounding this bed and breakfast by water. The town of Marquette, Iowa, has started putting up barriers to hold back some of that water. Bed Bath & Beyond has declared bankruptcy. You only have a few days left to use some of their coupons there. Emil Akita has more.
The end of an era for the storied home goods retailer that ushered millions through life's milestones.
It's sad, because it's always just been one of these institutions. Everybody comes here for good deals.
Bed Bath & Beyond filing for bankruptcy this week after hanging on a thread for months, following leadership shakeups, a dismal holiday season, and increasing competition. As Bed Bath & Beyond begins liquidating assets, closing sales are set to begin Wednesday. Customers can use gift cards through May 8th and return items purchased before April 26th until May 24th. The company expects all 360 Bed Bath & Beyond and 120 Bye Bye Baby stores to close by the end of June, shaping out to be the latest casualty of a tumultuous several years in the wake of the pandemic. David's Bridal and Party City filing for bankruptcy this year. JCPenney, Toys R Us, and Neiman Marcus doing so before that. The retail landscape has vastly changed since the company's creation a half a century ago, making a name for itself with its iconic blue coupons mailed to millions. But even former leadership acknowledged the company should have leaned more into the online experience, like one-stop shops, Walmart, Amazon, and Target.
The speed at which consumers are evolving the way that they engage with retailers and brands is changing dramatically. If you're not engaging with them, they're going to find other players that will.
There's still the chance a buyer swoops in, which could keep the doors open to some stores. But regardless, analysts say this is the end of Bed Bath & Beyond as we know it.
After weeks of speculation, President Biden made it official this morning, announcing that he is running for re-election. It happens at a time where an NBC News poll show that more than 70% believe he should not run because of his age. Bree Jackson has more.
President Biden confirming he's running for re-election, but staying tight-lipped about the timeline for making it official. Sources tell NBC News, finish the job will be a key theme kicking off Mr. Biden's re-election campaign. It's a message the administration first unveiled during his State of the Union address.
We've made tremendous progress on the economy, but there's still more to be done.
The president is also expected to build upon the central theme of his 2020 campaign, Battle for the Soul of the Nation. Even before making an official announcement, the president's top political foe weighed in. In a lengthy statement, former President Donald Trump blames Biden for record numbers of immigrants crossing the southern border illegally and for inflation hurting American families' finances, setting up a potential Biden-Trump rematch, something our latest NBC News poll shows most voters do not want, nor do they want Mr. Biden to run again.
But if he's the front runner, then he's the one I'm going to vote for.
Donald Trump is so much worse. If there was somebody younger and sharper running for president for the Democrats, I would probably prefer them over Joe Biden.
Mr. Trump's support among the GOP is growing, despite being indicted on charges of falsifying business records. 68% of Republicans say the charges are politically motivated. In Washington, Bree Jackson, NBC News.
According to a study, there are problems when women go to the doctor's office and they are dealing with menopausal issues. In fact, there's a study that shows that women don't get the kind of health care they need when it comes to menopause. It was the subject of a Best Life report, and it's important to find in this Best Life report people and doctors and healthcare providers who will take symptoms seriously. Take a look. Christy Nalder has found her game and so much more.
Ultimately, I think it's the community. I think it's the community and the friends that I've met and ladies that are going through the same thing that I'm going through.
Like so many middle-aged women, the 47-year-old was hit hard by hot flashes, sleeping problems, heart palpitations, and low energy. Doctor after doctor, after doctor, after doctor told her nothing, absolutely nothing was wrong.
They chalk it up to poor diet, lack of exercise, depression, you just need to sleep better. My primary care, he kept trying to give me sleeping pills.
Perimenopause and menopause, in my opinion, really can cause women to feel devalued and ashamed.
Dr. Camille Moreno heads up a menopause women's program at the University of Utah. She says it's common for women to be dismissed by their healthcare providers. A survey by the North American Menopause Society found that 45% of women reported that their healthcare provider did not take their menopause symptoms seriously.
The increased risk for a menopausal woman to have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, since estrogen does have protective effects at the level of the heart.
Your lifestyle could also impact the severity. Smokers tend to hit menopause 2 years earlier. Your race also plays a role.
Women of color tend to have more bothersome and more severe quality of life symptoms, and they suffer the longest.
And Dr. Moreno tells her patients to be weary of the very popular bioidentical hormone pellet therapy. It's not approved by the FDA and can expose women to testosterone levels higher than a man's. She emphasizes to search for a doctor who will work with your specific needs.
They don't have to go through this by themselves.
Christy was first prescribed an estrogen patch, but it was too much. By cutting down to a quarter of a patch, she's hitting her stride.
And this is something that 100% of us are going to go through, and none of us have the support that we need.
A study in the Journal of Women's Health found that African American and Hispanic women were more likely to feel that their health care provider was dismissive of their menopause symptoms. A survey of healthcare providers found that many don't feel adequately trained to manage menopause symptoms. With Ways to Live Your Best Life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Tax day is over. Phew, that was close, all right? So we know that we like spending money as Americans, getting the latest and greatest, and the stress of tax day is now behind us. People may be tempted to get something more, maybe splurge a little bit, but hold the phone, okay? Maybe you should budget more. Maybe you should save more. What are you going to do with this tax refund if you're lucky to get one? Let's bring in someone that's going to help us with that. Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, a nationally recognized financial expert and author, is here at the digital desk to really talk about maybe some better choices of how to handle that tax refund. And Stephanie, I got to ask, what do you think is the first thing that people should do if they get a refund? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. Well, according to Barclays Bank most recent consumer survey, the majority of Americans are actually hoping to use their tax refund to build their financial security. So we've got some pretty good intentions. Now it comes to how do we put those good intentions to build our financial savings, maybe pay down our debt, into practice. And I think in order to do that, it's going to look different for everybody. We got to start by taking stock of our own financial picture and see what we own versus what we owe. And if we owe a lot, maybe we got to take inventory of that debt and see what we owe, to whom, monthly minimum payment, and our interest rate on each debt, so we can prioritize what it looks like to build all those minimum payments into our budget, and then make progress on making payments above the minimum payment on the debt with the highest interest rate, and make progress such that we pay off that debt and then the next highest interest rate debt and then the next, so we can get to our financial security as cost effectively as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's not the sexiest thing to say, hey, wait, you got a big chunk of change. You can't go to Europe or the Caribbean. No, you got a budget. You got to pay off that debt, put some in the savings. I mean, I think that is a great first start. Why is it, though, that so many Americans have just a hard time on saving there? Because we're supposed to have, like, what, 2 months of cash reserves just in case for emergency purposes, right?
That's right. At least 2 months in emergency savings, ideally maybe 6 months, maybe more. After the pandemic, we had people out of work for more than 6 months. So you always want to think about, you know, what's the financial security I need and the emotional security I need to get through another potential financial emergency. Now, when you're trying to figure out how to prioritize this along with your other financial goals, it's really important to make sure that you're making the most of the savings that you do have. So if you go open up a savings account at your local brick and mortar bank, oftentimes you're getting very, very low interest rates on that savings account. And we always talk about, I want to make my money work better for me. But if you're getting 0.35% interest on your savings, which is around the national average, you're really not getting a lot there. So I like to shop around with my savings like I do for anything else. And I really like online high yield savings accounts, which offer interest rates much, much higher than the average. Barclays, for example, has a high yield online savings account with a very high interest rate. They've got no minimum balance requirements, no monthly maintenance fees, plus the FDIC insurance. And as you mentioned, people are having a hard time building up this kind of savings, and that's because prices have been on the rise. Inflation has been the big story these last couple of years. Most recent numbers, 5% increase year over year on our cost of living. And that's not just the vacations, the exciting, sexy stuff. That's the stuff we need, like our groceries, like our housing payments. And so if you really want to build this stuff into your budget, I like to make saving, debt payoff, investing a line item on the budget, just like I do those other expenses.
I like that. That's a great idea. High yield savings accounts. And yeah, you're right. Inflation is still outrageous. I know we had something that said it's down to 5%. Well, it shouldn't be higher than 2%. I mean, it's still affecting us. I mean, eggs are outrageous, and airfare, my gosh, I mean, flying anywhere is super high. So I know that a lot of Americans are starting to go back in debt as a result of a lot of things, including inflation. What's the best method an effective method, the most effective, to pay down debt that so many Americans are accumulating right now?
Well, the best method to pay down debt is the one you can stick with, right? So the only way to figure out what that's going to be for you is to, again, start by taking inventory of what you owe and build it into your budget as you're able. I talked about a method that's called the debt avalanche, and that's where you prioritize paying off the debt with the highest interest rate first. For some folks, it might be tackling the debt with the lowest balance first, so you can see the progress you're making, and that then motivates you to make progress on momentum toward paying off the next debt. And I know that it's more cost effective to address your highest interest rate debt first, but again, it's what is going to work for you. Even if it costs you more over the life of your loan, if you're going to stick with it, if you see the progress of knocking out that low interest rate debt first, that's fine by me. Just make sure that as you're doing that debt payoff, you also are building your emergency savings, because if something does come up and you do get an unexpected expense like a medical bill or something happens with your car or your home that you must repair, you really want to have that high yield online savings there for you so you can tap into it and not put it on a high interest rate credit card and add more to your debt.
Just curious, Stephanie, for people out there, how do you find a high yield savings account in your hometown, for example? We're in Memphis.
So typically speaking, you're going to find your high yield savings accounts online. And the reason for this is the high interest rates and the annual percentage yields that you get in those online savings accounts, you get them because they have lower costs of operating. If you don't have to maintain the brick and mortar presence, that's a lot of money saved, and that savings gets passed along to the consumer in the form of these lower fees, in the form of these higher rates. And so going to resources like banking.barclaysus.com will give you information about how you can find your high yield online savings account, and it's really easy to set this up. I have done it. It's how I saved for my wedding. It's the first account that I opened with my husband. Great way to combine finances, by the way. And it's really a great way to maximize the money that you are saving, because when you do just go to your default bank that's on the street, there's a value to that, but you don't get a lot for your money in the savings account, and often in CDs, the interest rate isn't as high as these banks that have the high yield online savings account. So I definitely suggest comparison shopping, just like you do for anything else.
This is a conversation I could have forever, and I know it's very popular among so many people. It's just, financial literacy out there. So let me ask you this. If we have thousands of people that tune in each and every morning watching us here on the digital desk, if you were to give like bullet points, maybe 3 bullet points for someone that's looking to have better financial success in 2023, the tax season is now over, tax day has come and gone. What would you recommend?
I think you have to take stock of your full financial picture first. A lot of the times we think we know what we're bringing in each month because we know what we make annually or hourly, but what that actually looks like after taxes, after deductions, in our take-home pay can be very different. And we want to make sure we're planning off of our reality, not off of our aspirations. And then on the flip side, we got to take stock of our expenses. We talked about taking inventory of what we owe and to whom, but also this has to include those savings contributions. This has to include our essential living expenses, housing, groceries, utilities, insurance, all of that good stuff. And making sure, again, we're dealing with the reality of what we're spending, not what we think we're spending, because there can be a surprising gap between the two. And I think the third piece of this is maintaining accountability. So whatever's going to work for you to keep your finances top of mind, I like to say managing my money is a practice. It's not something I do once a year on tax day, and it's not something thing I do when there's a crisis, because that's just reactive money management. I want to have proactive money management. And so I think a bit like, I don't go to one yoga class and say, all right, I'm done, I'm fit for life, right? It doesn't work that way. I got to go back and I got to go back, and I get better every time I do it. Same thing happens with my money. I check my money on a daily basis. You don't have to be as much of a money nerd as I am to have a good, healthy relationship with your money, but you can certainly go ahead and checking in on your money once a week to see where it's going, tracking your budget, keeping yourself accountable, and making sure you're maximizing it with these tools like the high yield online savings, CDs, investment accounts, so that you really get your money's worth.
I love it, Stephanie. We've talked about a lot this morning. Where can we go to get some more information, including these tips that we talked about?
Yes, so it is Financial Literacy Month. I know we talked about how important financial literacy is. So you can head to this portal at banking.barclaysus.com. Again, that's banking.barclaysus.com, and go to the resources tab. There's a lot of tools, articles, information about how to manage these money goals, how to get the most from your money, and how to prioritize when you have a lot of money goals at once.
Okay, Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, we really appreciate the conversation this morning. I think we helped a lot of people with this and just thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks.
I hope so. Thank you, Andrew.
Check out the clouds here from our Midtown High Five camera on this Tuesday morning. It's 52 degrees, cloudy, a chance for rain, but it's never cloudy when we talk to our friend at WAV and The Trend. It's Talisa Franklin. Time to talk with her on the digital desk. How are you, my friend?
I am amazing. How are you?
I am doing great. It is a beautiful day, and we're just, every day above ground's a great day. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? In our church, we say it feels good to be standing on the ground versus the ground is standing on you. So I'm telling you, we have something to be excited for. And, Andrew, I'm always excited about what we have going on in our amazing Bluff City. Bluff City just knows how to do fun community events. And I am so excited and proud of Commissioner Charlie Caswell. And he's always doing things in the community and trying to bring fun and laughter to all. And so on this Sunday, it's a Children's Day festival, y'all. I love children, and to see what Commissioner Charlie Caswell and the International Flea Market is doing together is impactful. The Children's Day Festival is this Sunday, y'all, from 3 p.m. at the Memphis International Flea Market. That's at 4010 Jackson Avenue. Listen, there will be lots of fun, games, music, prizes. Bring your children and the entire family. This is something that everybody can come out and have fun. And it is powered by our amazing commissioner that is doing a great service for his district. So I just want to say shout out to Commissioner Charlie Caswell, that truly have a heart for the community. And then I want to tell y'all this weekend, y'all, I am so proud and blessed to be on a ticket for the Glory Encounter, which is a weekend. But on that Saturday morning, I have the pleasure of being accompanied by so many great people for the Unleash and Unlock the Glory Encounter. And that event will be power-packed, an amazing event where you can get the tools and the resources that you need so that you can be successful. A lot of us, baby, think that our goals and our visions are locked up. But baby, on this weekend, it is an opportunity for many of us to share some of our best practices to help you be that best person that you can be. And so I'm super excited about all these amazing people. You see their face, but shout out to the visionary, Pastor Tanisha Holiday, which is a young lady that's doing absolutely incredible things for the kingdom. And this Glory Encounter, I believe, is needed because so many times we know how to church. Y'all know we know how to church, right? But sometimes we have challenges on how to live the best life God has ordained for us. And so this Unleash and Unlock the Glory Encounter, you see all the beautiful people there. Myself, Munger, Woodard, Westbrook, McKinney. It's going to be power-packed to take the keys back, to unlock everything that you thought the enemy had that you didn't supposed to have, baby, you can have it. If God said you can have it, you can have it. So I invite you to get more information at the Glory Encounter. You can go to my Facebook page or go straight to the site. It's this weekend, April 28th and the 29th. You do have to register, but I'm telling you, I believe just that power-packed panelist is going to help you unlock some of the things that's been holding you back from being that best version of yourself right here in the Bluff City.
I love it. I love it, Talisa. You got an atmosphere of prophetic prayer, worship, and empowerment. That sounds amazing for sure this weekend. What's going on the show today?
Oh, on the show today, we will be talking about UT today is having Giving Day. So if you get out down to Health Sciences Park, it's Giving Day. There's going to be food trucks, fun, and activities. And we want people to get to Health Sciences Park and let's celebrate and let's be a blessing to UT. They have been instrumental in making sure so many of our young people get the quality education in which they deserve right here in the Bluff City. And so Memphis, Bluff City, let's get down to Health Sciences Park, right between Madison and Union, and let's be a blessing and let's celebrate UT. And so that's what we'll be talking about, how you can get deeper involved in being a blessing to the University of Tennessee.
You are a blessing to all of us, Talisa. Thank you so much. Talisa Franklin, WAVN, The Trend. Have a great day and a great rest of the week.
You too, brother. Bye-bye.
See ya.
A lot of cloud cover out there this morning. As we go through the afternoon, we'll see some sunshine peeking through, slight chance of a shower, although most areas stay on the dry side. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s as we go through the afternoon. Let's talk about what's happening as we look this morning. You can see some showers over parts of Arkansas, but a lot of this is hitting drier air at the surface. So that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, maybe a few sprinkles possible as we go through the day into the afternoon hours. But otherwise, our off and on rain chance will start to become more on as we go into Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially from the west. This area of low pressure is going to enhance some of that rain as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Then that system is going to push on to the east. We should be mainly dry for Friday, but then another front could bring us a couple of showers by the weekend. Let's talk timing in Futurecast. This is a closer look at the timing as we go through your Tuesday. Again, there could be a stray shower out there. We're not going to rule it out, but temperatures hit the mid 60s to near 70. In fact, there could even be a little bit of sunshine out there in spots as we go through the afternoon hours. Then tonight, the clouds really thicken up, and here comes some off and on rain chances. I think, again, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night is going to be our main window for rain. We're talking 1 to 2 inches of rain through the end of the week, so definitely going to get a good dose here and there. It's not going to be heavy. It's going to be coming in spurts as we go through much of the week. This weekend, about a 40% chance of showers with temperatures in the 60s. And again, the timing for all this still a little questionable just because there's no main front except for Thursday when that main system comes through. So keep in mind that the timing may vary a bit heading through tomorrow and into Thursday. And then again this weekend, again, the timing varying a bit with that front coming on through. But temperatures remain below average the next several days in the mid 60s to around 70.
All right, you've been hearing from meteorologist Spencer Denton about how spring temperatures are here. It certainly feels like spring is sprung. Warmer weather comes opportunities, of course, to improve our health, but there are also a few risks for seniors out there. Join me now on the Action News 5 digital desk is Dr. Jana Robinson of Oak Street Health's Fraser Center in Memphis. And Dr. Robinson, good morning to you. There is a recent study I want to talk to you about. It found that among people 60 and over, the more steps they take, the lower their risk of cardiovascular disease. First off, what do you think of this study? And let's talk about the importance it is for seniors to keep moving.
Good morning, Andrew. This study is really another big supporter of exercise in general for seniors. People who exercise, regardless of their age or other medical conditions, live longer than those who don't. And this study shows even more benefit with lowering cardiovascular risk. This is a great thing.
It sounds like it. It really does. And the study goes on to say that there's all kinds of physical health benefits, of course, but it also helps with their mental health, overcoming social isolation that we all saw during the pandemic, depression, especially seasonal depression out there associated with being inside the winter months. Where are the risk factors when it comes to seniors, I guess, kind of getting out and about this spring and summer months? I guess some of it is just being a target for people who want to do not necessarily the best things, right?
Right. And our seniors are targets just like kind of anybody else can in areas where they feel unsafe. When my patients, who are all seniors, ask me what they should do if they feel unsafe, I tell them to walk in their home. Getting steps even inside their home can be helpful. However, there are additional benefits of being outside, like you mentioned. Things like walking in general increases the blood flow to the brain. Exercise helps strengthen the part of your brain called your hippocampus, which is part of the brain that helps with our verbal memory and learning. So while it's great to get outside and get some extra vitamin D and experience the sunshine, just being more physically active and taking more steps in a day also benefits them a great deal.
You know, I knew a lot of seniors, and I still do, that go to different areas, either businesses, malls, the Botanic Garden, the Lichterman Nature Center, just some place where they can get their steps. Those places sound like great spots. Where else can people get their steps? You mentioned their home, but where else do you recommend some of your patients get steps?
All of those are wonderful places. Our local YMCAs are great places. Lots and lots of our patients have the ability to join silver sneaker plans through their insurance plans, which is a great benefit for them. And several Memphis area gyms do participate in those programs where they can go and get steps and be safe and do that at the same time.
You know, obviously we were talking about, you know, ways to make sure that they're safe, obviously in a safe environment so that they feel very comfortable walking. But what about some of those other suggestions, tips, ways to be safe while walking? I know hydration's an issue.
Hydration can be an issue. Our older population is much more susceptible to dehydration. So making sure that you carry water with you and don't get overheated. If it's a particularly warm day, you want to try to go in the morning before it gets too hot, or later in the day as the heat wanes. So not walking during the middle of the day would be really, really important. You should, and always make sure to check the weather and make sure they're not going to get caught in a storm or things like that.
You know, we've talked about walking here. What other suggestions do you have for seniors out there? Maybe some other low-impact exercising, and some seniors that may have a problem just kind of, you know, walking, either a disability or otherwise.
Right. Our seniors, just like other populations, their physical ability varies from person to person. Chair exercises are fantastic. With the advent of the internet, there are lots and lots of chair exercise videos available. Tai Chi is another really, really great exercise that helps promote balance and is low impact, that can help folks do that. We actually have Tai Chi in some of our centers once a week. In our community rooms, which are free and open to the public.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Robinson, is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to let everybody know how our seniors can exercise and stay safe. Also, like I said, walking around the house, if you're not in great exercise shape, try walking during your commercials. You'll get 7 minutes of exercise during a 30-minute show and 17 minutes of exercise during an hour show.
Great stuff as always. Dr. Jana Robinson, Oak Street Healthcare's Fraser Center. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about ways to get the seniors moving out there, especially in the spring and summer months. Jana, appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, split the screen here because I want to show you ActionNews5.com. One of the top stories we're following right now. One killed, child injured after a car crash in Hickory Hill. You can read below here. Memphis Police Department responded to a crash, left one dead, the other injured. This was posted not too long ago. According to police, two-car crash occurred Shelby Drive, Hickory Hill. It happened at about 3 o'clock this morning. Two people with injuries were on the scene there, an adult and child taken to the hospital. The adult did not survive. The child is in non-critical condition. It's certainly something that we're watching here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Something else that we're watching is the epidemic of juvenile crime across the city of Memphis. It is surging. And this morning, more and more people want to find answers to bring juvenile crime down as much as possible. Well, the Memphis City Council is requesting some more information from the police department about their plan to bring down juvenile crime. That plan has now been put on hold. It was called the Juvenile Abatement Program. They announced it back on April 14th, said the focus would be issuing violations for minors that were downtown without an adult being present. The minors would be then taken into custody. Their guardian would be notified. The department said the program would specifically target those being public nuisances, mentioning noise violations, blocking streets as an example. After announcing it, there was some backlash there. The Memphis Police Department had a closed-door conversation with other city leaders, including District Attorney Steve Mulroy, Shelby County Juvenile Court Judge Tarek Sugarman, and they've also addressed the need to tackle juvenile crime in the city, but this program came as a surprise to some.
Those latter things were just one draft that one person had and was never really official MPD policy. And the MPD, as you probably know, has put a pause on this juvenile abatement program to consult with other people. I think that's entirely appropriate.
So the main driver of this program is from Memphis Police, the steady rate of car thefts in the downtown area and across the city of Memphis. And it was previously reported that children between the ages of 14 and 16 are the chronic car thieves in the city. Let me say that again. Children between the ages of 14 and 17 are the chronic car thieves in the city. And so many Memphians out there agree that the issue needs to be addressed. And so it's just trying to figure out exactly how the issue is addressed. All right, moving on, let's go to Tipton County right now, where more than 1,200 Mid-South students are still dealing with the aftermath of a deadly EF3 tornado that hit down that area. So right now, standardized testing set to begin. Children of Crestview Elementary and middle schools in Covington are going to report to temporary locations for the TCAP. Victoria Poirier has more.
In the weeks following an EF3 tornado that ravaged Covington, students at Crestview Elementary and middle school have been receiving tutoring until their temporary schools are built. But Tuesday, kids from 3rd to 8th grade will report to Charger Academy and Covington High School for mandatory TCAP testing.
Although our students and staff at these two schools are facing many challenges, we know how resilient they are, and we're confident that they will be successful on the state test during these next few days.
3rd graders who don't pass could be held back. Parents and state officials have requested a waiver for students affected by the March 31st storms. Governor Bill Lee denied the waiver. Congressman Steve Cohen shared his concern for the current testing schedule as well, saying in part, quote, "Providing as much time as possible to allow these students to recover and readjust to their new learning environments will help them put their best foot forward when taking the standardized test in the future."
We will continue to pursue these options that are available to us with the assistance from the State Department.
In Covington, Victoria Poirier, Action News 5.
Okay, I want to show you this. This is Tyrus Ernest, an 18-year-old. He's accused of carjacking a Lyft driver. This happened yesterday. And victim told Memphis police that he ordered a Lyft. During the ride, he pointed a gun at her, demanded she pull over, and demanded money through a cash app. After the victim sent the money, Ernest threatened to shoot her if she called police. The victim's Nissan Kicks, later located off Mississippi Boulevard. He was arrested, now faces several charges, including carjacking, aggravated robbery. Again, carjacking here, Lyft driver, this 18-year-old now in jail, arrested for it. A woman who bought tickets to the Morgan Wallen concert on Sunday night in Oxford, Mississippi, filed a lawsuit. Of course, Morgan Wallen had an amazing sold-out show Saturday night at Vaught Hemingway Stadium. He was supposed to have another show on Sunday.
Thank you to my mama
that
for being
show
my
was
day
canceled
tonight.
because Morgan Wallen's voice he had lost, according to the announcement. So this fan, Brandy Burcham, filed a lawsuit saying that it was breach of contract for not canceling the show in a timely manner. In a new message to fans, Wallen posted on social media he's now on doctor-ordered vocal rest, and will reschedule shows at the appropriate time. Carrie Fisher set to receive a star on the famous sidewalk next week. What day? May the 4th, of course. Unofficial Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. Of course, the Carrie Fisher had a diverse career, but she was always best known for Princess Leia in Star Wars. She died back in 2016 at the age of 60. Lopez versus Lopez shifting to Tuesday nights on NBC. Mark Barger talked about this season.
You did say that we should have more fun.
But why would you listen to me? I have terrible ideas.
Mayan Lopez had certain expectations about starring in a sitcom with her dad, George.
I've never done this before.
But holding a hawk was not among them.
It was wild. And my dad actually was like talking to it. And he was like, I have to ask you a question. Are you the one that killed my cat in 1977? Like,
It's among the highlights from the first season of Lopez versus Lopez.
Women weren't treated with respect, Mayan, like they are today. Now shut up and let me finish.
An estranged father and daughter reconciling and trying to move forward, just as they've done in real life.
this is the most time I've spent with him in 10 years. And the most of the time is that I've spent with him was on George Lopez show.
Why are you talking to this therapist about me anyway?
It's a reunion Selena Slavas had a front row seat for, playing George's ex and Mayan's mom.
You know, there's a level of respect that not only Mayan has for George, but George beams with pride every time he watches her do her thing.
Tonight, Leyva and Lopez get to do their thing in a TV courtroom.
My ex-wife kept the wedding ring and then hid it in her bra. So today I'm here to seek restitution.
Oh, he took everything from me. The least he could do is let me keep that ring.
Was that good? Because I could do it again. And George is an icon. You know, he's funny, funny, funny. I was nervous about that. And then Mayan, you know, I was like, oh my God, she's really talented. Like, do I fit in here? But it's been great.
And now Lopez versus Lopez gets to fit in on Tuesday nights. Mark Barger, NBC News.
Okay, have you planned everything out for the summer? Because so many people have, and guess what? The numbers are showing that international travel bookings right now are up some 200%, more than 200%. It's a crazy number. People not only want to travel, they want to go international. They want to see the world. Let's bring in Megan Cooper with AAA to talk more about this number. An extraordinary number, but I have to say, Megan, my family and I this past spring break, we went to Costa Rica, and it was fabulous. Our producer, Amanda Hansen's got an amazing honeymoon plan internationally. I mean, I can totally get it. People are just ready to go. What are some of the reasons?
So people are more comfortable with traveling. So, you know, we've seen that trend over the last couple of years, but people are ready to go. They're ready to get out and see new places. And, you know, we're seeing that reflected in our travel bookings. So we're up 200% on international travel bookings compared to last year. The biggest increase we've seen is in hotel bookings. That's up over 300% compared to last year. So people are comfortable, they want to get out, and they just want to see the world.
I totally get it. That is so true in the people that I interact with a lot. So let's talk about, I guess, a priority list. What are some of the guidelines? Since we probably know, with thousands of people watching us right now, we are either going international or we know a friend that's going international. What are the ways to really kind of set that list, that checklist for everybody?
Right. So one of the first things that you want to do is prioritize your passport. So if you have a trip planned or you're thinking about traveling internationally and you either don't have a passport or your passport is close to expiring, go ahead and get that taken care of as soon as possible. We are seeing a little bit of a longer wait time on some of those passports. In some cases, maybe 7 to 9 weeks. And you need this to travel internationally. So if first things first, if you don't have your passport taken care of and secured away, go ahead and do that right now.
Very cool. What about when it comes to packing and, my biggest fear was that, okay, our flight's going to get canceled and we're going to be, up a creek, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Right. So unfortunately, lost luggage, delayed flights, those are all things that we have to navigate now and always have when we're traveling. So if you're traveling with other people, with a family, with a spouse, with a friend, when you're packing, maybe try to spread clothing and those items that you think that you're going to need across multiple suitcases. That way you don't have one person that has absolutely nothing while another suitcase might have made it and one person has, everything that they need. When I personally travel, I try to keep everything in a carry-on and try not to check baggage. So if at all possible, if you don't have to check that baggage, maybe try to fit everything into a carry-on. If you are checking that baggage, maybe just go ahead and put some extra identification in there. So maybe take out a big sheet of paper and write your information on it, just in case that luggage tag is lost or something happens. You want a way to get that luggage back to you if it is lost or misplaced.
You are a rarity, Megan. The women in my family, they all have to check luggage. Like I've even mentioned that. Like, hey, why don't we carry on? It'd make it better. They're like, no, what are you, crazy? We have to check luggage. So hats off to you. I'm even more impressed by you with that response.
It's taken years of practice, I will say.
I bet. That's the other fear, though, that the luggage is going to get lost. I mean, is there any way, obviously, carry on is the best way. Is there any other way to maybe mark your luggage to make sure that it doesn't get lost? Or is there something else that people can do?
Just make sure that you're checking that baggage early. Make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to check it in. Be mindful of how you're planning your flights. So if at all possible, try to book those early morning flights. Those have a less likelihood of being delayed. And then take a look at what destinations you're traveling through. Is it a nonstop flight? Obviously, with a nonstop flight, that's less places that your baggage has to go. So limit those in between destinations. And if at all possible, if you can't avoid those, give yourself plenty of time at those different stops. And, sometimes we just can't avoid losing our luggage. Sometimes the inevitable happens and, you're that unlucky person. So that is one instance where travel insurance can really come in handy. And travel insurance does cover some of those costs of delayed flights as well as lost baggage fees.
Help me maneuver travel insurance for a second here, because I know travel insurance is a big question mark for a lot of people when they travel internationally. There's a train of thought that says, well, the travel insurance doesn't cover certain issues that are more likely to happen, so why even get it? And then there's another one that says, no, you need to get travel insurance and get the highest amount, or maybe you should get it for just specific things. Tell me where you stand, where AAA stands when it comes to travel insurance.
So with travel insurance, we always advise for people to purchase this, especially if you're traveling internationally. You're likely spending a lot of money. So we want you to protect that investment. If anything happens, if you get sick, if you can't go on that vacation, if something happens while you're on that vacation, we want you to be able to get that investment back if you at all possibly can. So with travel insurance, there are different options. So depending on what you're booking, how you're traveling, it really can be beneficial. So with those different types of travel insurance, of course, some things are covered, some things are not covered. And I think it ultimately comes down to that personal choice and how comfortable with risk that you are. But just personally, and from AAA, if you're making that investment in traveling, you really want to protect that so you're not losing out on money if something were to happen on that trip. And that's also where a travel advisor comes in very handy, because they can explain to you, what travel insurance would look like for your trip, how much you need, what that would cost. And a lot of times it's really not that expensive to add on that travel insurance policy to your trip.
Good deal. I appreciate you explaining that. Anything else you want to mention that you feel is important for some of the people, some of our viewers, thousands of which join us each and every morning, when they're traveling internationally?
I think the biggest thing this year is planning ahead. We're expecting things to be very busy. I've already heard reports this morning that we're expecting things to get even busier this summer. So if you haven't booked that international travel yet, go ahead and do that as soon as possible, especially if you're traveling this summer. But planning ahead, flexibility is key. If you are in the early planning phases of, planning an international trip, some of those ways that you can save money are being flexible, maybe, traveling in the off season, maybe traveling during the week versus on the weekend. But the biggest thing I think for travelers this year is start to plan early and book that trip early. With the demand and the interest that we've seen so far this year, that's likely to continue throughout the rest of the year. So that sweet spot of getting the trip that you want at the price that you want really is going to come from planning ahead and booking early.
Megan Cooper, who only carries on her luggage on those international flights. Megan, I really appreciate you and all that you do for us here at the Digital Desk, informing our public about the do's and don'ts when it comes to so many different things, including international travel. Thanks very much. Okay, let's talk about the COVID health emergency. The public health emergency is set to end May 11th. That's when the federal government is ending its 3-year COVID public health emergency. It's still with us, but certainly it's not as serious as it once was back in March in 2020. Let's bring in right now Dr. Jennifer Schuster. She is someone who did a residency in Nashville. She's now in Missouri there. She's a pediatric infectious disease specialist, and she's joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about where we are when it comes to COVID. Dr. Schuster, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Andrew. It's good to be back in Nashville, even virtually.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're close. We're in Memphis here, so about 3 hours away. Not too bad. So where are we? Because, it's COVID's still around. It's nowhere near as serious as it used to be. The health emergency's ending. From your perspective, where are we?
So we're really moving into a new phase of the pandemic, and that's marked by the public health emergency ending. So we have all of these great tools to keep us healthy and safe as we enter the next phase of the pandemic. We've got vaccines, we have treatments, we have easy access to testing. And so we're really moving out of that emergency phase and learning to live with COVID as part of our normal life. And so that's really what the end of the public health emergency marks.
Okay, is it considered? I heard the term endemic a lot about a year or so ago. Is that where we are? Are we still in a pandemic?
So there are still hundreds of people dying every day from this disease. And so this is still something that we need to be mindful of and alert. But what we can do is we can protect ourselves. And so thinking about this, just like influenza, we prepare ourselves every winter for flu circulating. And we have these great vaccines that are highly effective that can help protect us against COVID-19 and really help protect us. They're quite effective against severe disease.
Okay, I want to dive a little bit deeper on what you just said, because we know that Dr. Walensky, the director of the CDC, has said that people that are vaccinated, she recently admitted that these people who are vaccinated do get COVID. We know tons of people here that have gotten COVID even with the vaccine. And there is a lot of thought that's, that is behind the mindset that if you get the vaccine, the symptoms are less or not as severe. I don't know one who wants to get any more boosters. And combined with that, Jennifer, I'm hearing about a lot of vaccine injuries. In fact, I read somewhere in Germany where they opened up a hotline to call in on vaccine injuries, and the hotline was it went offline because it was so inundated with calls because people are having these injuries with these vaccines. So there are a lot of people concerned about vaccine injuries. What can you tell us about that?
So I think let's go back to what you started with, which is that these vaccines are highly effective. And Andrew, like you, I'm vaccinated and I got COVID. But what that meant for me was I felt a little bit crummy at home for a few days. I did not have to go to the hospital. I didn't have trouble breathing. I didn't have what we would call severe disease. And, a few days later, I was able to go on about my life. And that's what these vaccines and these boosters do, is they really are highly effective at preventing severe illness and preventing people from going in the hospital, which is what our goal is. They're really helping turn the disease into a mild illness, kind of back to thinking like a cold. They're also really good at preventing those long symptoms. You, like me, we probably all know people that are still fighting symptoms after dealing with COVID. They have headaches or fatigue or trouble breathing. And so these vaccines are really effective at preventing, what often people will call long COVID or long haul COVID, those prolonged symptoms. And then when you talk about safety, these vaccines are actually some of the most highly studied vaccines and monitored vaccines because so many millions of people have gotten them, not just in the United States, but around the world. And so these vaccines are highly studied, highly monitored. And if you have questions about them, I always encourage people, talk to your physician, talk to your medical provider. If you have questions about your child, talk to your child's medical provider. Make sure that you're getting good answers to your questions.
What can you tell us about vaccine injuries? Because I know that's becoming more and more of an issue.
So all vaccines are monitored through a number of different mechanisms, both in the United States and around the world. And, the FDA and the CDC are really tracking these to understand, are injuries that are reported, are they associated with a vaccine, or do they just are they things that are occurring at the same time? And these vaccines are highly safe, they're highly effective, and they have, like I mentioned before, they have been studied more extensively than other vaccines because so many people have received these.
A lot of people around here, and I'm sure it's the same where you are in Missouri. They're done with the pandemic. They are completely done with it. They don't want to deal with boosters. They don't want to deal with masks. They don't want to deal with any of it. And they're going about their lives. It's been 3 years. They're going about their normal lives. Why should it be any different?
So we know that hundreds of people are still dying every day from COVID-19, and these vaccines are really what is going to keep people safe and healthy. The CDC last week simplified the vaccine schedule. So there was the original vaccine that many of us received early in the pandemic. Many people have heard about the bivalent or the new boosters that came out last fall. And the CDC has really moved ahead and simplified the vaccine schedule. And so right now they're recommending everybody who is 6 months or older get the bivalent booster if they have not already had it. If you've already had that booster, then you are up to date and you're considered protected against the circulating variants. Now, some people we know may be at higher risk, those who are over 65 or immunocompromised, and they may be eligible for a second booster. And so that's a great thing to talk to your medical provider or physician about, and understanding whether you could use a little bit of extra protection. But it's actually quite simple. Everybody needs one bivalent booster if you're over 6 months of age and you're considered up to date.
I don't know about your circles, and perhaps it's different because of what you do. I mean, you are someone who's a pediatric infectious disease specialist, but people around where I am, if they're under the age of 40 and they are healthy, they're staying away from any kind of booster. They're staying away from any kind of shot from COVID-19. And, essentially they're like, look, I'm healthy. I don't need this anymore. And the disease over time is getting weaker and weaker. I don't need any of it. What do you say to those people?
So we've all unfortunately known healthy people under the age of 40 and even children who have passed away from COVID-19. And the purpose of these vaccines is really to turn that severe disease into a mild illness, a cold, something that's bothersome for a couple of days, but not something that lands you in the hospital. And that's what happens with COVID. We never know who's going to get incredibly sick from it and who is going to be just fine. And why roll the dice? The boosters are accessible, they're effective, and now you just need one bivalent booster and you're up to date. So I would roll those dice any day against getting COVID-19.
Dr. Jennifer Schuster, we appreciate you and your insight on all this. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
A lot of cloud cover out there this morning. As we go through the afternoon, we'll see some sunshine peeking through. Slight chance of a shower, although most areas stay on the dry side. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s as we go through the afternoon. Let's talk about what's happening as we look this morning. You can see some showers over parts of Arkansas, but a lot of this is hitting drier air at the surface. So that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, maybe a few sprinkles possible as we go through the day into the afternoon hours. But otherwise, our off and on rain chance will start to become more on as we go into Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially from the west. This area of low pressure is going to enhance some of that rain as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Then that system is going to push on to the east. We should be mainly dry for Friday, but then another front could bring us a couple of showers by the weekend. Let's talk timing in Futurecast. This is a closer look at the timing as we go through your Tuesday. Again, there could be a stray shower out there. We're not going to rule it out, but temperatures hit the mid 60s to near 70. In fact, there could even be a little bit of sunshine out there in spots as we go through the afternoon hours. Then tonight, the clouds really thicken up, and here comes some off and on rain chances. I think, again, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night is going to be our main window for rain. We're talking 1 to 2 inches of rain through the end of the week, so definitely going to get a good dose here and there. It's not going to be heavy. It's going to be coming in spurts as we go through much of the week. This weekend, about a 40% chance of showers with temperatures in the 60s. And again, the timing for all this still a little questionable just because there's no main front except for Thursday when that main system comes through. So keep in mind that the timing may vary a bit heading through tomorrow and into Thursday, and then again this weekend. Again, the timing varying a bit with that front coming on through, but temperatures remain below average the next several days in the mid 60s to around 70.
All right, so we're back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I have a segment that runs every morning and then every afternoon. It's called the Best Life Report, and we talk about all kinds of things: parental hacks, ways to improve your life, your health, physical activity, that sort of thing. And the best life we had this morning was about NET cancer. It's short for neuroendocrine tumors. It's a type of cancer that is slow growing, can happen anywhere in the body. And with most cancers, treatment can start with surgery, then chemo, and then radiation. But the point of this was that there was brand new breakthrough a breakthrough remedy here. Doctors are using a very targeted missile-like therapy to destroy the tiniest of these cancer cells. I want to show you here. Steve Jobs and Aretha Franklin both lost their battle to what most people thought was pancreatic cancer, but the real culprit of their cancer? Neuroendocrine tumors.
It can come from any part of your body, from your lungs, from your pancreas, from your intestines.
Symptoms can be varied and go misdiagnosed for years. In fact, 90% of neuroendocrine cancers are misdiagnosed.
Just imagine if you had abdominal pain every 6 to 12 months.
Some of the very common symptoms could be neuroendocrine cancer. That's what happened to Robert Hammer.
I started coming up with this very itchy rash under my skin.
And I have a lot of seasonal allergies in Colorado, so that's what I maybe thought was happening.
But a scan revealed that Robert had a tumor the size of an orange on his pancreas. Surgery to remove his pancreas was too risky. After several other therapies, including hormone therapy, Dr. Liu treated Robert with a new injectable radiation. It's called PRRT.
The little hormone-guided missile takes it right to the tumor. The tumor absorbs the radiation. And the neat thing about it is the treatment goes to every single tumor in the body.
The radiation is given through an IV over several months.
This is his scan from before his chip therapy, and you can see he has many different types of tumors. And then after his therapy, a lot of his tumors have disappeared and gotten smaller.
Before the radiation, Robert was given 8 to 12 years to live, and now that number is 18 to 20 years.
I count every day as joy.
Well, the studies show it takes about 5 years from the onset of these symptoms for patients to get the right diagnosis and begin proper treatment. Using injectable radiation to treat it is just the beginning. And that doctor that you saw in the piece, Dr. Liu, says the PRRT will be used to treat prostate cancer as well as other kinds of cancer in the near future. Major news, network news. They cut ties with two hosts here. Ratings record breaker Tucker Carlson no longer at Fox News Channel. He will no longer host his popular and dominant cable news program. It was an unexpected announcement. It comes 1 week after Fox News settled a defamation lawsuit with Dominion Voting Systems. In a media release, Fox News thanked Carlson. Tucker is reportedly already getting offers from other news outlets.
It's Monday.
Don Lemon also
Good morning.
Don Lemon also got fired. He wrote in a statement on Twitter that he was informed by his agent yesterday that CNN fired him. He added that management didn't have the decency to tell him directly that he was fired, but CNN said it offered Lemon the opportunity to speak with management, I should say, but he instead posted on Twitter. Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about Arbor Day, National Arbor Day. It's often referred to as the tree planters holiday. And joining us now to talk about Arbor Day is the Chief Executive Officer of the nonprofit Arbor Day Foundation. His name is Dan Lamb. He joins us on the digital desk. Good morning, Dan. Please tell us about the Arbor Day Foundation.
Sure. Well, the Arbor Day Foundation is the largest nonprofit organization in the world dedicated to planting trees. We've been around for about 50 years, and in those first 50 years, we planted nearly 500 million trees in more than 50 countries around the world. And it's a great time to be planting trees as they're needed more than they ever have been before.
Tell us what the new survey reveals when it comes to the public's perception of trees.
Sure. Well, at the Arbor Day Foundation, we know trees are important, but we wanted to take the temperature of Americans to see how much they were valuing trees. So we worked with the Harris Poll to do a survey, and the results were really validating, really encouraging about people are tuned in to trees. The survey told us that 94% of Americans agree that trees are important for our planet today, with another 9 in 10 Americans recognizing the urgency about planting more trees in our nation's forests. And all that's really exciting about trees, but maybe the most newsworthy thing is that we got more than 90% of Americans to agree on anything. And it was a real testament to the unifying power of trees.
Yeah, you're right about that. 90% agreeing on anything is a big deal. And yeah, I could totally see that when it comes to trees. Give me some other important results of this survey, Dan.
Well, another 90% of Americans in this survey called out the important role that trees play in our battle against a changing climate. Just again, validating the importance of planting more trees today in this moment.
Okay, and what did the research uncover about how the country celebrates this day, Arbor Day, which is today?
Well, so people celebrate Arbor Day in all kinds of different ways. It's volunteering at a community tree planting event. It may be just planting a tree with their family in their front yard or backyard, or even just enjoying trees in their neighborhood. But at the Arbor Day Foundation, we are making it as easy as possible for everybody to celebrate this week by using hashtag Arbor Day. Anyone who uses hashtag Arbor Day in any of their social media channels this week, the Arbor Day Foundation will be planting a tree in one of our nation's forests in their honor. We wanted to make it as easy as possible for everybody to make impact this Arbor Day.
And how can people learn more about the Arbor Day Foundation, what you guys do, and other than today, of course?
So anyone who wants to learn more about the Arbor Day Foundation or about planting trees, how to plant, what to plant, where to plant, you can visit our website at arborday.org to learn more. But also, I remind everybody to use hashtag Arbor Day in any of their social media channels this week, and the Arbor Day Foundation will plant a tree in their honor in one of our nation's forests to really help drive the impact and grow the impact of Arbor Day this year.
Okay, Dan Lamb, President and CEO, Arbor Day Foundation. We appreciate you joining us on the digital desk on this Arbor Day. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Department of Justice has joined a federal investigation into Southwest Airlines Christmas travel meltdown. Remember this? The Department of Transportation says investigators working with the DOJ looking into Southwest's flight schedule. If it was unrealistic, you may recall 16,000 flights were canceled over the holiday. The investigation also trying to determine if Southwest provided the required timely refunds and reimbursements. TSA finds guns in carry-on bags almost every day. Investigative reporter Brendan Keefe looks into the problem and the solution TSA has yet to install at every airport.
Move, move. Everybody's running and screaming.
I got some kind of explosion at the main checkpoint. APD said some type of explosion at the main checkpoint. Somebody saying gunfire.
November 2021, Atlanta police run toward the sound of gunfire.
We have an active shooter inside the airport, so we need everybody to stay clear. Keep the planes away from the concourses.
The armed passenger ran toward the T concourse, but then turned around and exited into the South Terminal, where the gunman blended in with other passengers who were also running away. How did a passenger get to a gun during secondary screening on the secure side of the main checkpoint?
A TSA officer is going through his bag. He grabbed the gun in the bag and took off, grabbed the weapon and ran.
And right here, that's when the gun went off. Kenny Wells was a convicted felon who wasn't supposed to have a gun anywhere, let alone inside the busiest airport in the world.
Often, a bag ends up on the secondary inspection table right in front of the passenger because there's a suspected prohibited item inside. That could be as simple as a bottle of water, but it could also be something far more dangerous. Right now, there's no barrier preventing a passenger from reaching into their bag during the TSA inspection other than the honor system. Why no barrier? Why not have a barrier in that secondary screening between the passenger and the suspect bag?
So we have barriers up now. So back in November 21, we didn't have barriers up.
TSA is right. There was no barrier at all that Thanksgiving week. This is the same exact station more than a year later.
Those barriers are for COVID, not to prevent access to the bag.
No, but it does give us the added benefit of providing separation.
We checked airports across the nation. A few, like West Palm Beach, have full-length barriers between passengers and bags selected for secondary screening. In other airports, those full barriers still have gaps big enough to reach through. But most, from New York to Atlanta, still have no barrier at hand level. Why does it matter? Because TSA detected more than 6,500 guns last year at airport checkpoints. Atlanta leads the nation with an average of more than one gun found every day.
It's been more than 20 years since a single failed shoe bombing, and we're still taking off our shoes. A gun went off in the busiest airport in the world and effectively brought it to a standstill, and we still don't have a physical barrier between the passenger and a potential gun in a suspect bag.
If we know that there's a firearm, we're not going to let the person that owns that bag get access to it. Unfortunately, it happened in this situation because we weren't, at the time, aware that it was a firearm. We were supposed to do the secondary screening.
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
The words no one wants to hear from a cockpit came as an Ohio jogger heard a strange noise above him Sunday and saw from below what others saw and recorded out their windows.
There was extreme rumbling, vibrations, noise was deafening.
There was a lot of hand holding, a lot of people closing their eyes and trying to text their loved ones and so forth like that. So it was scary.
The engine's on fire.
3 days earlier, passengers on American Airlines Flight 2288, waiting to take off from Charlotte to Dallas-Fort Worth, saw something similar.
The pilots will get on and let us know what's going on.
The FAA is investigating a possible engine fire for that flight. Sunday's pilots quickly identified what they believe to be the mid-air problem.
We had a bird strike and an engine failure.
The FAA says there were more than 17,000 wildlife strikes with airplanes in 2022, with more happening every year. This collision happened on a Delta flight earlier this month.
From last year to this year, they're up a third, so it's really quite dramatic. And the trending up of the statistics actually tracks with the trending up of the bird populations.
Airports are working to scare birds away with flares and noises, relocating them and building runways away from wetlands. It's an attempt to keep nature in check and get passengers safely to their destinations. I'm Emily Schmidt reporting.
Did you watch Game 4 last night? If you stayed up late, you were disappointed like so many of us. Even if you didn't stay up late, you were disappointed because the Grizzlies lost this one in a heartbreaker in overtime. Lakers are now up 3-1 in the best-of-7 series. This game, we were ahead, and I say we, meaning the Grizzlies, we were ahead there, much of regulation, and then LeBron hit a game tying shot with less than a second left. There's Adam Sandler cheering. Game 5 is set for tomorrow night at FedEx Forum. Tip-off is at 6:30. We lost the last one there. Final score, 117-111. Desmond Bane had 36 points. Ja had 19. Again, I'm hoping that the Grizzlies get back on their winning ways there to at least make it 3-2. We'll have to see. All right, let's talk about the Memphis Tigers for a minute here, because a source close to the Tigers say Jonathan Lawson has entered the transfer portal. He played 29 games off the bench this past season as a redshirt freshman, averaged a little more than 3 points, 1.5 rebounds a game. He was expected to have a bigger role this upcoming season. As for his older brother Chandler, their father tells Action News 5 he will be staying at Memphis for his final year of eligibility. And speaking of former Tigers, Imani Bates has declared for the NBA draft. He made the announcement on his social media page there. He spent his freshman season at Memphis. He transferred to Eastern Michigan this past season, where he averaged 19 points and just under 6 rebounds a game. Exams start May 1st. Do you remember taking those AP exams? You know, they really do matter. You know, a lot of people say, they don't matter. No, they do. And it's a big deal, and it's something that we should talk about with our friend David Blowbaum joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Now, we knew David way back when, but he has gone national now. He's a recognized expert in the entrance exam, college admission industry. He's the director of outreach for the National Test Prep Association. David, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. How are you?
Thanks. Doing great. It's great to be here. And actually, Angela's segment also applies to high school students, so they definitely need to check their social media as well.
Oh, yeah, Angela's fantastic, and I agree with you. Yeah, you can apply that in so many different ways. But, you know, the AP exams, they start May 1st. So I've had kids that are dealing with that, and they've dealt with that in the past. What do you tell people? Because a lot of people, well, they don't matter, but they really do, don't they?
Yes, so they matter in some ways that students don't think about because they're in high school and it matters for college. So there's 3 main ways that AP exams help students. So if you can get AP credit in college, then you can take fewer courses in college and have an easier time, or you can potentially graduate early and save money, or you can get rid of those core requirements early and then take more advanced classes in your interests. The less important usage of them is for admissions and actually getting accepted to the schools. It's really only the top schools that look at AP exam scores like that, but that's a consideration as well. And students just need to keep in mind, they're like any other tests. Preparation is key, but they can succeed.
That is a great breakdown of why it's so important. I mean, various reasons here. Fewer courses, get to graduate early, maybe an opportunity to take some other advanced courses. No, that's great. That's great. What do parents need to know when it comes to studying for these exams? I know that the studying can be overwhelming at times for some students.
Yeah, so the best way to do that prep is hopefully they're doing it in school, but students should be taking released AP exams and seeing how they're doing on those released exams. And then, if it's AP chemistry, seeing what topics did they miss, and then just making sure that they go to their teacher at school, or they learn those topics on their own, or they enlist the help of a good tutor who will actually help them learn those topics.
Fantastic. I always enjoyed our conversations early on, David, when we talked about the SAT and the ACT, because there's so much emphasis on that, although there have been some colleges that have kind of excluded that in their admissions process, or so they say. I've asked this question before, but I think it's an important question to ask again. When it comes to your students who are getting ready for college admissions, should they take the SAT or the ACT? Which one should they take, and why should they take it?
Yeah, so there has been a lot of confusion about it. And there are some schools that are test blind, meaning they won't even look at your SAT, ACT results, even if you send them. But that's only 6% of schools in the country. 88% of schools in the country are what's called test optional, which means they're inviting you to send your SAT and ACT scores because they still care about SAT and ACT scores. And so good scores will always help a student's chances of admission, more merit aid, and scholarships. So the tests really are still advantageous, and students should take a practice exam or potentially the real exam of either, because you can pick and choose which test dates you want to send into colleges. So there's no downside to taking the real test. But once you figure out which test is the best for you, you can just keep taking that until you hit your score goal. You want to finish by November 1st of your senior year, because that's when early application deadlines for early decision and early action deadlines are for most colleges. So for the SAT, students can still take the May, June, August, and October SATs. For the ACT, they can.
Home sellers nationwide are coming off a record-breaking run that led to some of the lowest mortgage rates of all time, combined with some of the highest home prices they've ever seen. But 2023, a much different story. The U.S. housing market has been on a steady 12-month decline, resulting in some dropping home values, dramatically rising interest rates. What is the current state of real estate right now? Let's bring in Ryan Rogers. He's a real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. He joins us at the digital desk. Ryan, give us the current state of real estate with regards to buyers and sellers. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So what I would tell them for buyers specifically is, even though rates still may be up a little bit, prices still have come down or starting to flatten. So a year ago, if you were having to overpay, especially in our market, let's say $150,000 on a specific piece of property, and even though the rate was maybe 3.5%, you're maybe paying $150,000 less for that property today, but the rate is of course higher. So it all balances out in many situations. But all across the nation, we're still seeing, decreased buyer activity, and in many markets also increased seller activity. So it's different from market to market for sure.
So I'm still trying to understand exactly what, as a buyer and a seller, what you should do first and foremost if you're in the market right now.
So if you're in the market right now as a buyer, I would focus on a couple of things. Is you want to get pre-approved and understand what you're payment is going to be, do that first. Because that's number one, to have your ducks in a row, have your financing in order, and be ready to pull the trigger if you do have one, if you do see something that you like. I always recommend a buyer maybe go and look for a house that's been on the market for a while, maybe 30 days or 60 days, because in this market, no matter where you are, properties that have been on the market 30, 60, 90 days, you have a much better opportunity to get a better price because they've already been able to expose themselves to the marketplace and find out, are they overpriced? And so for the buyer, they can be they can be at a more advantage. It's been on the market 30, 60, 90 days. And go maybe look at those first instead of ones that have been on the market just a year or two, because it will be a more competitive situation. For sellers, my number one advice for sellers is don't price the house too high coming out of the gate. You want to price it very aggressively so that you get as many people through the property as quickly as possible. So be realistic when you set that value in today's market. Another thing that a seller needs to be aware of or ready for is if you have a good buyer with a reasonable offer, and they tend to hesitate a little bit, one thing that you can do is offer a rate buy down. So offering some closing cost assistance to maybe help them, instead of a 6.5% interest rate, maybe they can buy that rate down to maybe about 6%, let's say. And then the last thing for sellers is don't test the market by starting high and then continuing to decrease the price, because it'll get stale and it's not a good strategy.
Ryan Rogers, real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. We appreciate the points, the finer points here, and some tips out there for buyers and sellers. Thanks very much.
A lot of cloud cover out there this morning. As we go through the afternoon, we'll see some sunshine peeking through, slight chance of a shower, although most areas stay on the dry side. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s as we go through the afternoon. Let's talk about what's happening as we look this morning. You can see some showers over parts of Arkansas, but a lot of this is hitting drier air at the surface. So that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, maybe a few sprinkles possible as we go through the day into the afternoon hours. But otherwise, our off and on rain chance will start to become more on as we go into Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially from the west. This area of low pressure is going to enhance some of that rain as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Then that system is going to push on to the east. We should be mainly dry for Friday, but then another front could bring us a couple of showers by the weekend. Let's talk timing in Futurecast. This is a closer look at the timing as we go through your Tuesday. Again, there could be a stray shower out there. We're not going to rule it out, but temperatures hit the mid 60s to near 70. In fact, there could even be a little bit of sunshine out there in spots as we go through the afternoon hours. Then tonight, the clouds really thicken up, and here comes some off and on rain chances. I think, again, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night is going to be our main window for rain. We're talking 1 to 2 inches of rain through the end of the week, so definitely going to get a good dose here and there. It's not going to be heavy. It's going to be coming in spurts as we go through much of the week. This weekend, about a 40% chance of showers with temperatures in the 60s. And again, the timing for all this still a little questionable, just because there's no main front except for Thursday when that main system comes through. So keep in mind that the timing may vary a bit heading through tomorrow and into Thursday, and then again this weekend. Again, the timing varying a bit with that front coming on through, but temperatures remain below average the next several days in the mid 60s to around 70.
All right, you've been hearing from meteorologist Spencer Denton about how spring temperatures are here. It certainly feels like spring is sprung. Warmer weather comes opportunities, of course, to improve our health, but there are also a few risks for seniors out there. Join me now on the Action News 5 digital desk is Dr. Jana Robinson of Oak Street Health's Fraser Center in Memphis. And Dr. Robinson, good morning to you. There is a recent study I want to talk to you about. It found that among people 60 and over, the more steps they take, the lower their risk of cardiovascular disease. First off, what do you think of this study? And let's talk about the importance it is for seniors to keep moving.
Good morning, Andrew. This study is really another big supporter of exercise in general for seniors. People who exercise, regardless of their age or other medical conditions, live longer than those who don't. And this study shows even more benefit with lowering cardiovascular risk. This is a great thing.
It sounds like it. It really does. And the study goes on to say that there's all kinds of physical health benefits, of course, but it also helps with their mental health, overcoming social isolation that we all saw during the pandemic, depression, especially seasonal depression out there associated with being inside the winter months. Where are the risk factors when it comes to seniors, I guess, kind of getting out and about this spring and summer months? I guess some of it is just being a target for people who want to do not necessarily the best things, right?
Right. And our seniors are targets just like kind of anybody else can in areas where they feel unsafe. When my patients, who are all seniors, ask me what they should do if they feel unsafe, I tell them to walk in their home. Getting steps even inside their home can be helpful. However, there are additional benefits of being outside, like you mentioned. Things like walking in general increases the blood flow to the brain. Exercise helps strengthen the part of your brain called your hippocampus, which is part of the brain that helps with our verbal memory and learning. So while it's great to get outside and get some extra vitamin D and experience the sunshine, just being more physically active and taking more steps in a day also benefits them a great deal.
You know, I knew a lot of seniors, and I still do, that go to different areas, either businesses, malls, the Botanic Garden, the Lichterman Nature Center, just some place where they can get their steps. Those places sound like great spots. Where else can people get their steps? You mentioned their home, but where else do you recommend some of your patients get steps?
All of those are wonderful places. Our local YMCAs are great places. Lots and lots of our patients have the ability to join silver sneaker plans through their insurance plans, which is a great benefit for them. And several Memphis area gyms do participate in those programs where they can go and get steps and be safe and do that at the same time.
You know, obviously we were talking about, you know, ways to make sure that they're safe, obviously in a safe environment so that they feel very comfortable walking. But what about some of those other suggestions, tips, ways to be safe while walking? I know hydration's an issue.
Hydration can be an issue. Our older population is much more susceptible to dehydration. So making sure that you carry water with you and don't get overheated. If it's a particularly warm day, you want to try to go in the morning before it gets too hot, or later in the day as the heat wanes. So not walking during the middle of the day would be really, really important. You should, and always make sure to check the weather and make sure they're not going to get caught in a storm or things like that.
You know, we've talked about walking here. What other suggestions do you have for seniors out there? Maybe some other low-impact exercising, and some seniors that may have a problem just kind of, you know, walking, either a disability or otherwise.
Right. Our seniors, just like other populations, their physical ability varies from person to person. Chair exercises are fantastic. With the advent of the internet, there are lots and lots of chair exercise videos available. Tai Chi is another really, really great exercise that helps promote balance and is low impact, that can help folks do that. We actually have Tai Chi in some of our centers once a week. In our community rooms, which are free and open to the public.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Robinson, is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to let everybody know how our seniors can exercise and stay safe. Also, like I said, walking around the house, if you're not in great exercise shape, try walking during your commercials. You'll get 7 minutes of exercise during a 30-minute show and 17 minutes of exercise during an hour show.
Great stuff as always. Dr. Jana Robinson, Oak Street Healthcare's Fraser Center. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about ways to get the seniors moving out there, especially in the spring and summer months. Jana, appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Andrew.
Did you know that any time throughout the year there are about 4,000 Mid-Southerners waiting for an organ donation? And April is Donate Life Month. Mid-South Transplant Foundation has been talking a lot with us about donations and organ transplants, the waiting list, Blue and Green Day in the Mid-South. That was back on April 14th. And I want to bring on right now Richard Edmondson. He is a heart recipient, lives out in Covington, and he joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about his story and ways that we can all think about organ donation this time of year. Richard, I appreciate you joining us. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've had a heart transplant in 2016. I was dead for 30 minutes. And they shot me 17 times to get me back. And it's people thought I wasn't gonna make it, and I did. And I'm here for a reason to share with people about how important it is to be an organ donor. Because it hadn't been for an organ donor, I would not be here today. And another thing we'd like to go ahead.
I was just going to say, how long were you on the waiting list? I know some people are on there for a year or longer. How long were you on there?
Oh, about 3 months. I was in the hospital for 3 months. And of course, it has the blue blood type. I had mine was A positive, so that's a good blood type to have when you're looking at organ transplant.
When was the transplant, and tell me how you're feeling now?
It was back on May 31st, 2016. It was exactly a year later because I had my widowmaker heart attack on May 31st, 2015. So that was something extraordinary. And right now I'm doing pretty good. I have to watch everything and go to my transplant doctors regularly.
Wow. Well, what a story, Richard, and congratulations to you, and so glad you are here with us talking about this story. When you talk with people, because I know that my understanding is that you have been an ambassador with the Mid-South Transplant Foundation. When you talk to people about your story and with regards to organ donation, what do you say?
I just let them know how important it is, how many lives they can save. One person can save 8 lives. And then you got to get the word out there and let people know about it. Because before my heart attack, I did not know much about being an organ donor. And now you can save a lot of lives. And there's a lot of people out there waiting for transplants.
Do you know much about who donated the organ to you, the heart?
Yeah, he was, I got to meet the family. Derek Long was his name. He was 36 years old, and he got hit by a car. It was over in Arkansas. But their family, their daughter, wanted him to be an organ donor. And that's how it came about, me getting his heart.
Wow. And so you met the family, and tell me about that event. What was that like?
That was a special event. We had it down at Baptist East. They had a special time when I think it was about, I'm not sure how many families was there, meeting each other, and it's very, I don't know the exact word, it's
emotional?
I'm very emotional. We got to see the other family, got to talk with them. So we're still in contact with them, or on Facebook. I contact them, and we talk all the time now. They're part of the family. When you become an organ donor and you're able to meet them, they're part of your life now, and that's wonderful.
Do you ever, a lot of times when people get an organ donated to them, they have dreams, very vivid dreams about all kinds of things, including the organ donor. Have you had any dreams?
No, I really didn't have any dreams. I had a lot of memory loss in my case. So I don't have dreams about anything. I don't remember anything that went on.
I guess the best way that people can support organ donation and the Mid-South Transplant Foundation, Richard, is to just be an organ donor themselves, right?
Correct. We want to get the word out there to everybody to become an organ donor and save somebody's life. It's very special. You'll never know when you'll need it, and you touch a lot of people.
No question about it. What's the website where people can go and get some more information on that?
You can go to Mid-South transplantorganization.org.
MSTF.org? Is that what we're talking about? Mid-South Transplant Foundation?
Foundation.org.
Okay. All right.
You can get information at all the clerk's office, the driver's license centers. We put out pamphlets out there of how many people's needing organ transplants and how you can sign up to be an organ donor.
All right, Richard Edmondson, we appreciate you sharing with us your story about being a heart recipient, and congratulations to you. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best in the upcoming days, months, and years ahead.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, well, graduation season is upon us, and whether it's high school graduation and maybe wanting to further your education or enter the workforce, or college graduates accepting a new job, financial decisions can be so stressful, and just trying to navigate through that can be very difficult. So joining us to talk a little bit more about it is Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley. She's the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Ashley, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
So I guess the first thing I want to do is just dive right in. Let's talk about maybe what are some of the biggest mistakes or things that these young adults, whether it's 18 into your early 20s, where maybe they're making mistakes financially. What would you say is probably some of the biggest problems or things that they just don't know about?
Yes, I'd say two big things. The first, and I did both of these things, so it's coming from experience, is to wait to save until we have enough money to save. So there's this idea, and how we traditionally view saving is we earn money, we live our lives, we pay everybody else, and then we hope and wait that there will be money left over to save. And in my experience, that just doesn't work for most people. Even when we get a raise, there's still not money. So I would say pay ourselves first, pay yourself first is something that I would highly, highly recommend. And then the other is not having a plan. And I know that budgets get a bad rap. We think they might be restricting, they might limit our fun, but I view them as an act of self-love, because when we have a budget, we have a plan, we have peace of mind, we can build in things that are fun and have no guilt as we spend them, and just have clarity about where our money is going and reach our financial goals. So I would say not having a plan and waiting to save until we make more money are the two biggest mistakes that I see.
And when you talk about saving, is there a certain rule of thumb when you say you want to maybe save back this percentage of the money you're bringing in, or does it just depend on each individual's budget and what kind of money they're bringing in. What advice would you have for that?
Yes. So I would say it does depend. I am not a big fan of having a certain percentage as far as saving and investing and retirement, but I would say first and foremost, you want to have that crisis fund saved up. So that first $1,000, that first 1 month of expenses, and then from there building up to have a fully funded rainy day fund. So in case something happens with an illness or with our job, that we have money to pay for our expenses for 3 months, 6 months, depending on your personal situation.
And this is just a question for me, because I think way back, back in the day, a lot of people would have their checkbook and they would go in, and every time they would write a check, they would go in, they'd balance their checkbook. They had an idea of the money that was coming in, coming out. Do you feel like that now people really aren't using that checkbook and it's harder to maybe keep up with the money you're spending? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think technology has done some great things, but it makes it very easy to have no idea where our money is going. Even if you think about checkbooks are a great example, credit cards, we don't feel the pain of what we spent until the bill goes through, swiping our credit card, hopping in and out of a Lyft, we're not even really paying. So I think I'm a huge fan of having what I call money parties, which are time that we set aside to look at what's happened with our money over the last month or the last week. So actually go through and look at those expenses, because it is so easy to lose track of them. And I've had that experience where you see the credit card bill and you say, that wasn't me, but then you go through each and every expense and you realize, these things just add up. So having that time, if we don't look at our expenses, it's just not going to happen. And we need to carve out that time for ourselves.
Do you feel like that generation, you just get out of high school or you're coming out of college, that little group right there, a lot of times they're finally getting out of the house, they're starting to support themselves. Do you think that some of the biggest mistakes start off with credit cards, and maybe every time you go to a store and they say, well, you get 20% off if you apply for a credit card? Do you feel like that this generation can sometimes fall victim to that when it comes to credit cards? What are some of the biggest mistakes?
Yes. So I actually was one of the people who had that happen to me, and I didn't even understand how credit cards worked. I remember by the time I paid my bill, I had so many late fees. And so I do think there's this idea that it actually is something that I wish I knew when I graduated from school, that most people, we don't learn about this. And I'm seeing it more and more being taught in schools, which is wonderful. And I know parents want to be sharing this information with their kids, but they might not feel like they're equipped to do so. And so I do think there's this feeling when we graduate that we're the only ones who don't understand, and there can feel this like taboo of talking about it and asking questions. And what I've found is that most of us don't understand, and we're all learning as we go, and we're learning the hard way. And so I do think that helps to feel less alone as we navigate this. But then also, yes, to really, I think there's a lot working against us when it comes to personal finance, and that we're not educated about it. There's like with the credit card, there's probably 50 pages of small print that I could have read to understand it. So I would definitely caution to really understand any financial products that we sign up for. Talk to people about it, because if they don't understand and you don't understand, you might be able to find someone else, or to go and figure it out together can feel less lonely as we navigate this.
I remember when I was in starting in college, credit card companies, they actually would set up booths on campus, and you would end up getting a credit card, and it would have this incredibly high interest rate, but you weren't educated on what to even look for, what to consider. So I mean, I can see how credit cards can really get people into trouble. I do want to switch gears though. Student loans, a lot of people rely on student loans to be able to go to school. What kind of advice would you give when people start looking to see how much they need to be borrowing, because they do have to pay that back at some point?
Yes, so when we're going to, there's actually a chapter in the book dedicated to debt. So understanding credit cards, understanding student loans. And I think when we think about financing college, there are a lot of pieces that fund the pie. So there could be grants, there could be financial aid, there could be federal loans, there could be private loans. But at the beginning, when we're trying to figure out how much to take out, ideally we can minimize that pie. And in interviewing some experts on student loans for the book, I found that people actually can negotiate with their universities on what they're able to help them provide. In the worst case, that they say no, but then you're able to take out less debt, and then also to shop around with those private loans, just because we might think that that first offer we get is the best offer that we're going to get, but actually the offers can vary as far as interest rates. And when we're talking about numbers that are that big, it can make a huge difference if we're paying a 6% interest rate or an 8% interest rate or a 4% interest rate on our student loan. So I would say try to reduce the amount as much as possible and then shop around for the best rate on those private loans.
Good advice. Now, for those that are maybe graduating college, they're getting into the workforce, what are the biggest pieces of advice that you would want to send to them as far as their finances go?
I'd say the biggest, so first, again, just you're not alone in figuring this out, and financial adulting, so that is the name of my new book. Being a financial adult is about taking small, consistent steps. And so I think sometimes with a lot of different goals, but specifically our finances, we view improving in that area that it has to be this overnight transformation, that I wake up, I spend the whole weekend making my financial plan, and I'm a new person. But that sets us up for failure because it's too much of a jump. And so taking small, consistent steps that are manageable, that feel like we can keep improving, I think is the way to go, because then we're improving and learning all year round. And then something that I wished that I did more of, and I know that so many looking back at the beginning of their careers wish they did, is start saving for retirement, because when we're starting young, we have so much time to allow our money to grow and compound, and it just makes it so much easier on us later. And that money is coming out pre-tax, typically when it's our 401k, so it actually feels less painful than you'd expect. So I'd say, looking back, that's something that a lot of people that I talk to wish they put more aside for retirement and let it grow for them.
And we've talked so much here at the Digital Desk about debt and what debt can do as far as your mental health and various other things that it can do. Do you feel, I love the name of the financial adulting. I love that. But do you feel like that one reason you decided to put this book together is because a lot of times people build up that debt while they're young, and then after they get out of college, they've built up all this debt as they're starting their new job. Do you feel like a lot of that debt ends up getting built up early on in life, and then you're just spending time trying to pay it back?
Definitely is a big part of stress in the younger generation, and something you mentioned about the booths during college and getting a free t-shirt and having, understanding that when we're paying that minimum payment, it isn't actually potentially making any dent in the balance, and our credit card could still be growing. So there's so much there, and I do think there's so much shame. First of all, there's a lot of stress around debt, especially when we're starting our careers and we might not have a lot of extra income to go towards those debt payments, but then also just the shame that comes with debt. And so I first love to talk, in the book I talk about what debt is, and it's really just money we owe for something we bought. It doesn't mean we're bad or that we did something wrong, or it could be a certain time in our life, it could be a mistake we made. But from there, really, I think sometimes when we have so much shame around the debt, it has us even not look at it. So I take everyone through a 3-step process to make a plan to manage and pay down debt by starting with looking at what it actually is. And that can be as stressful as that sounds to list out all that information. It can be really eye-opening. And then once we know what's happening, we can make a plan to manage it. So always better to have that information than to not look.
And educating yourself about what you need to know is so important. And you were mentioning about paying that minimum. I had a friend that during that age time, between 18, early 20s, she got a bunch of credit cards and she told me, she's like, just pay the minimum payment. And I'm like, this is terrible advice. I guess any final points you want to make before we let you go?
I go back to that taking small, consistent steps. And you mentioned earlier why I wrote this book. And because so many of the things that you're mentioning are things that I made mistakes with. And I studied finance, I worked in finance, and I still knew nothing about my own finances. And so this is something that we are not set up for. So we want to learn as much as we can. And my goal is, in writing this book and in the work I do, that others don't have to make the same mistakes that I did and can progress through their financial lives with a lot less stress and potentially heartache.
Well, Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley, the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing some really great advice and some really good tips for our viewers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. April is Head and Neck Cancer Awareness Month, and you may not know how to get screened here, or the probability of perhaps you and the chances of getting a cancer affiliated with your head area or your neck area. Joining me now to talk about this is Dr. John Gleistein. He's with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Great, great. So let's talk a little bit about this Awareness Month, and why do you think it exists? Is there just people that just kind of not really know much about head and neck cancers, or is it kind of tough to diagnose? Explain.
Well, it's a good question. Head and neck cancers are something that can present in a variety of different ways. And some people, they are, it's very obvious because they have a really sore spot on the tongue, or they are having a lot of difficulty swallowing. But in some people, it can be a lot more subtle. Sometimes they'll be shaving and they'll notice there's a new spot on their neck that they weren't aware of before. So there are a lot of different ways that these cancers can present, and it's important to be aware of them so that you can try and get checked out. The other thing is that there aren't great screening tests. It's not something that's going to show up on routine blood work. So being aware of the different signs and symptoms is something that can help you out a lot.
Wow. Okay. So are there any screenings at all, or you just have to watch out for the symptoms?
Yeah, the best thing you can do is, if you're concerned about something, is get it checked out. So sometimes these patients will come to us sent by their dentist who's cleaning their teeth, and they look in the mouth and see something that doesn't look right. Or maybe it's their dermatologist or their primary care doctor sees something on their regular exam that looks abnormal and sends them in. But a lot of times it's the patients themselves who realize something's different and they want to get it checked out.
I follow you. Okay, so when it comes to head and neck cancer, what parts of the body are included in that whole process?
So head and neck cancer is a subset of cancers that include the face, anywhere on the skin, inside the mouth, the throat, the voice box, the ears, and then all the salivary glands, the saliva-producing glands throughout the face and neck.
Okay, good to know there. So obviously it includes everything around the face. Let's talk now about the warning signs, because it sounds like that is something that's so important. What should people watch for?
So signs that could be worrisome are there's a new sore that's developed inside the mouth that doesn't go away quickly. You know, sores can pop up inside the mouth that are totally normal, but usually they will go away within 1 or 2 weeks. Something that's been there for longer is something that needs to get checked out. A sore throat that hasn't gone away, a change in your voice that hasn't gone away. In short periods, all these are normal findings, but when they last for a while, that's something to really be concerned about. And then, as I was saying earlier, a neck mass, if something pops up and there's a lump on your neck that wasn't there before, that's a concerning finding.
How common are head and neck cancers?
They're actually increasing in frequency. So it's a lot of different types of cancers in the country are going down in frequency. Head and neck cancer is rising. And so in the general population, it's not something that you see every day, but as a head and neck cancer specialist, I see new head and neck cancers almost every single day.
How curable is this cancer? I mean, what's the success rate? I mean, cancers go on all sides of the spectrum there. I mean, is it one that's got a good success rate?
That varies tremendously based off how early you catch it. So if you catch something that's just a small spot, that's something that's going to be very treatable. If it's something that you've been aware of these symptoms for a year, but you've been neglecting to go get it checked out, it could be a lot more serious and could be a lot more difficult to treat.
You mentioned it's growing. Why is it growing, you think?
Well, the specific type of cancer that's really growing is throat cancer caused by the HPV virus, the human papilloma virus. This is the same virus that causes cervical cancer in women. And it's the same virus that you are protecting against when you get your Gardasil vaccine as a teenager. And so that particular type of cancer is on the rise. And the good news about it is that it actually is more treatable than some of the other cancers that are associated with a long history of smoking and drinking, like many other head and neck cancers are.
So how can we prevent head and neck cancer, or can we prevent it at all?
Well, the biggest risk factors for head and neck cancer, number one by far is smoking. So if you're a smoker, quitting smoking is definitely the best thing you can do, not only for for your overall body health, but to reduce your risks of developing a head and neck cancer in the future. The other thing is with these cancers that are caused by the HPV virus, getting vaccinated against the HPV virus can help protect you from ever developing one in the first place.
Should we be performing self-exams on one another or each other, I guess?
Well, I think that being aware of what's going on inside of your mouth and what's going on in your neck are something that can be very helpful. Sometimes patients come in and they say, I was brushing my teeth and noticed this spot on the roof of my mouth that hadn't been there before. And, that's a way to potentially catch something early. And so if you just look in your mouth from time to time or feel your neck from time to time, and if something feels different to you, then go get it checked out. It may be nothing, but potentially you're catching something early that can really save you.
If someone notices a change in their voice, or they find a lump, or, as you mentioned, there's a spot, in their mouth that is unusual and they've never seen before, what should they do?
Well, usually the most common route is someone goes and sees their primary care doctor, and the primary care doctor will look at it and either say, oh, this is nothing, this is a benign spot or just a normal lymph node. But if they have any concern whatsoever, they'll send them on to a head and neck specialist such as myself and get them checked out for further exam.
Okay, so early prevention is key. Early detection, I should say, is key. Anything else you'd like to mention before we move on, Doctor?
Well, I think that being aware of your own health is something that's going to serve you well throughout your entire life. So whether it's trying to catch a cancer early or just trying to be aware of what your body's trying to tell you is important. So that combined with quitting smoking are definitely the two best things you can do to stay in good health and try to prevent head and neck cancers from ever developing.
Is there a place, Doctor, where we can get some more information about head and neck cancers?
Yes, the American Head and Neck Society is a society that there are links to online that can give lots of information for patients. There are videos, there are educational materials, and so if there's something you're interested in learning more about, that's a great place to look.
All right, Dr. John Gleistein with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. We appreciate you telling us about head and neck cancers. Certainly, April is Head and Neck Cancer Awareness Month. Thanks so very much for bringing awareness to this issue.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good morning. Today or this week, we are smack dab in the middle of National Infertility Awareness Week. And joining us now to talk more about it is our friend Molly Walker. She is president of the Tennessee Fertility Advocates. And Molly, this is a topic that's near and dear to your heart, and it affects a lot more people than I think the general public realizes, right?
Hey, Andrew, thank you so much for having me on. Yes, it does. It actually affects 1 in 8 couples with infertility, and 1 in 5 women are going to experience, unfortunately, this awful disease that is classified by the CDC as a disease.
So you have been very public about this, and I think most people out there, I mean, I know several couples who have really struggled with infertility, and I know this hits home for you. Briefly tell me about your experience as much as you want, and then your job as president of the Tennessee Fertility Advocates, and what you are hoping this week. What comes out of something like this?
Gladly. I'm happy to share my story. I spent many years, unfortunately, dealing with infertility, and I was embarrassed. I felt a lot of shame, and it was just something that I didn't talk about. And I kind of just got to a point mentally where I was just over that, right? I knew that we had to actually speak up and voice what we're going through, because so many people are actually experiencing the same thing, and there's nothing worse than feeling this alone. So I personally just experienced our third miscarriage, and it has been very difficult. But throughout all of this, and also years of trying to get pregnant, we do have two beautiful children, but the road to get there wasn't easy. And I always like to say, the co-founder Lauren Brown and I, we just give our pain a purpose. So we started Tennessee Fertility Advocates to help raise awareness for those going through infertility and be a community. This week is it's like the Super Bowl of infertility, honestly, if you could say that. But this week is National Infertility Awareness Week, started by Resolve, which is a nonprofit raising awareness for infertility. And it's a place just to give people the ability to speak up and empower them to change the narrative around this awful disease, and also just empower them to ask their employers, ask their legislators, speak up about the need for infertility coverage, because that can make such a difference in the lives of so many who are going through this awful, awful burden.
I love seeing you and your beautiful family online. God bless you and everything that you're doing to bring awareness out there. Is that the primary goal, Molly, is to get insurance companies to cover the need for infertility during this week? Is that kind of one of the main goals?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the first one is just to, again, have that community and just raise awareness and advocate for the need for infertility coverage. And so whether that looks like going to HR at your employer, sharing your story, which is a very vulnerable spot to be in. I know, because I've been there. I'm in that season. I get it. But again, it just takes the power of one person speaking up. I believe a recent study said 65% of employers added coverage because their employees came to them and said, hey, I'm struggling with this. Do you provide it? And if not, Progeny, and there's other places, you know, that would add infertility benefits that are absolutely incredible. So just to really give people the ability to speak up. Tomorrow is actual Federal Advocacy Day, so we'll be talking to our state legislators and, you know, just Congress speaking up about the need for coverage. We want to see laws in place that mandate infertility coverage. We want this to be something where I look at my precious babies, and I know, Andrew, you have children as well, but if they struggle with this awful, awful disease, at least the financial burden could be lifted.
Agreed, Molly. You mentioned at the top of our interview, 1 in 8 couples struggle with some sort of infertility. And I know that there's a lot of rumors out there or a lot of speculation as to why that is. Has the Tennessee Fertility Advocates really kind of said anything concrete as perhaps the reason why there's so much infertility these days?
You know, that's not one of our biggest focus. So we haven't really dived into the research as to why that is. I know here in Memphis, I see Dr. Amelia Bailey at Fertility Associates of Memphis. And when you walk in, I mean, their lobby is full, Andrew. The amount of people struggling with this disease it's just growing and growing. And, you know, I feel like, unfortunately, it's not something that's going to go away. Thank goodness for science and technology, and just what they are able to do from a research standpoint is truly phenomenal. So hopefully, you know, in the years to come, more advances will be made with infertility, and hopefully more answers will come as to why this is happening. Unfortunately, also, too, it affects 1/3 is female factor, 1/3 male factor, and 1/3 unexplained or both. So a lot of people think of it, Andrew, as that female-only disease, but males are affected just as much as females are.
No question about it, Molly. I have some family members that struggle with infertility, so I know exactly the kind of issues that they're dealing with. We have thousands of people watching us on this digital stream, Molly, and I know that there are people out there that want to do something this week. It's an important week, as you mentioned, the Super Bowl of infertility awareness. What's something that maybe the general public, the Mid-South, can do to support your cause?
I would just encourage us. You'll be seeing a lot of posts from Tennessee Fertility Advocates on Instagram, on Facebook. perhaps share those. Honestly, just sharing it, letting people know that there is a group, there is resources. You could go to resolve.org for a whole bunch of information around each day. There's kind of a specific challenge, if you will, on sharing your story, asking for legislative support, asking for employers to get on board with this. And hopefully my prayer is that years to come, that this will be something that is covered and we won't even know what it's like to have to go through these financial burdens. But just honestly go into tnfertilityadvocates.com, go into our social media page. We will have tons of resources that people can just check out and share, because you just never know who sees it, who might be saying, oh my goodness, I'm going through that too. Like, it's just so great to not be alone. We also just did a video yesterday and I posted it on tips for talking to your employer about the need for coverage. So go there, share that. I mean, those are some really great resources that we hope will help engage and empower people with this conversation.
Well, you're helping so many right now just having this conversation. We appreciate you and all the team there at Tennessee Fertility Advocates. Thanks again for sharing your story and what this week means to you and the organization, and all the best, not only this week, but throughout the year, Molly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Home sellers nationwide are coming off a record-breaking run that led to some of the lowest mortgage rates of all time, combined with some of the highest home prices they've ever seen. But 2023, a much different story. The U.S. housing market has been on a steady 12-month decline, resulting in some dropping home values, dramatically rising interest rates. What is the current state of real estate right now? Let's bring in Ryan Rogers. He's a real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. He joins us on the digital desk. Ryan, give us the current state of real estate with regards to buyers and sellers. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So what I would tell them for buyers specifically is, even though rates still may be up a little bit, prices still have come down or starting to flatten. So a year ago, if you were having to overpay, especially in our market, let's say $150,000 on a specific piece of property, and even though the rate was maybe 3.5%, you're maybe paying $150,000 less for that property today, but the rate is of course higher. So it all balances out in many situations. But all across the nation, we're still seeing, decreased buyer activity, and in many markets also increased seller activity. So it's different from market to market for sure.
So I'm still trying to understand exactly what, as a buyer and a seller, what you should do first and foremost if you're in the market right now.
So if you're in the market right now as a buyer, I would focus on a couple of things. Is you want to get pre-approved and understand what your payment is going to be. Do that first, because that's number one, to have your ducks in a row, have your financing in order, and be ready to pull the trigger if you do have one, if you do see something that you like. I always recommend a buyer maybe go and look for a house that's been on the market for a while, maybe 30 days or 60 days, because in this market, no matter where you are, properties that have been on the market 30, 60, 90 days, you have a much better opportunity to get a better price, because they've already been able to expose themselves to the marketplace and find out, are they overpriced? And so for the buyer, they can be they can be at a more advantage. It's been on the market 30, 60, 90 days. And go maybe look at those first instead of ones that have been on the market just a year or two, because it will be a more competitive situation. For sellers, my number one advice for sellers is don't price the house too high coming out of the gate. You want to price it very aggressively so that you get as many people through the property as quickly as possible. So be realistic when you set that value in today's market. Another thing that a seller needs to be aware of or ready for is if you have a good buyer with a reasonable offer, and they tend to hesitate a little bit, one thing that you can do is offer a rate buy down. So offering some cost assistance to maybe help them. Instead of a 6.5% interest rate, maybe they can buy that rate down to maybe about 6%, let's say. And then the last thing for sellers is don't test the market by starting high and then continuing to decrease the price, because it'll get stale and it's not a good strategy.
Ryan Rogers, real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. We appreciate the points, the finer points here, and some tips out there for buyers and sellers. Thanks very much. Our friend at WAV and The Trend, it's Talisa Franklin. Time to talk with her on the digital desk. How are you, my friend?
I am amazing. How are you?
I am doing great. It is a beautiful day, and we're just, we're every day above ground's a great day. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? In our church, we say it feels good to be standing on the ground versus the ground is standing on you. So I'm telling you, we have something to be excited for. And, Andrew, I'm always excited about what we have going on in our amazing Bluff City. Bluff City just knows how to do fun community events, and I am so excited and proud of Commissioner Charlie Caswell. And he's always doing things in the community and trying to bring fun and laughter to all. And so on this Sunday, it's a Children's Day festival, y'all. I love children, and to see what Commissioner Charlie Caswell and the International Flea Market is doing together is impactful. The Children's Day Festival is this Sunday, y'all, from 3 p.m. at the Memphis International Flea Market. That's at 4010 Jackson Avenue. Listen, there will be lots of fun, games, music, prizes. Bring your children and the entire family. This is something that everybody can come out and have fun. And it is powered by our amazing commissioner that is doing a great service for his district. So I just want to say shout out to Commissioner Charlie Caswell, that truly have a heart for the community. And then I want to tell y'all this weekend, y'all, I am so proud and blessed to be on a ticket for the Glory Encounter, which is a weekend. But on that Saturday morning, I have the pleasure of being accompanied by so many great people for the Unleash and Unlock the Glory Encounter. And that event will be power-packed, an amazing event where you can get the tools and the resources that you need so that you can be successful. A lot of us maybe think that our goals and our visions are locked up. But baby, on this weekend, it is an opportunity for many of us to share some of our best practices to help you be that best person that you can be. And so I'm super excited about all these amazing people. You see their face, but shout out to the visionary, Pastor Tanisha Holiday, which is a young lady that is doing absolutely incredible things for the kingdom. And this Glory Encounter, I believe, is needed because so many times we know how to church. Y'all know we know how to church, right? But sometimes we have challenges on how to live the best life God has ordained for us. And so this Unleash and Unlock the Glory Encounter, you see all the beautiful people there. Myself, Munger, Woodard, Westbrook, McKinney. It's going to be power-packed to take the keys back, to unlock everything that you thought the enemy had that you didn't supposed to have. Baby, you can have it. If God said you can have it, you can have it. So I invite you to get more information at the Glory Encounter. You can go to my Facebook page or go straight to the site. It's this weekend, April 28th and the 29th. You do have to register, but I'm telling you, I believe just that power-packed panelist is going to help you unlock some of the things that's been holding you back from being that best version of yourself right here in the Bluff City.
I love it. I love it, Talisa. You got an atmosphere of prophetic prayer, worship, and empowerment. That sounds amazing for sure this weekend. You are a blessing to all of us, Talisa. Thank you so much. Talisa Franklin, WAVN, The Trend. Have a great day and a great rest of the week.
You too.
That does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful rest of the day. We have Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. By the way, Kim Clark's 5-star story with Go Ape at Shelby Farms Park is going to air Thursday this week. We mentioned that it was going to be tonight. No, that's Thursday this week. You can see Kim Clark flying high with all of the ropes course and all the zip lines Thursday for her 5-star story, Go Ape. And then you can join us once again bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. We'll see you then.